All right, good evening, everybody. I'm going to guess we're going to have a couple of tries for the quality settings. Well, apparently every time I say that, it works. So I'm not going to need to do that. I hope you are all doing well. I apologize, even by my my normal standards. I'm starting about 10 minutes past that, the upper bound. So honestly, my only accounting for myself is that I wanted to make dinner. Dinner took longer to make than I was expecting, and I've been getting into the really bad habit of either eating out or usually ordering in rather than eating out. But I kind of set the hard line for today, and I lost track of time. But I'm not going to pull back from the length of the stream, or I'll do my best not to, but I think it's still quite achievable to do a full broadcast. Oh yes, and I actually made a big mistake. So I put the volume for Mass Effect down, where actually what I need to do is lower my mic sound. So sorry if I'm going to be receding into the background, but it's going to be so that you can calibrate your volume accordingly. I personally get a little annoyed by that because it assumes... Okay, so maybe this is the better thing for me to start off with for my little intro. And again, for the VOD people, hi, thank you very much for watching. I'm actually a little surprised at how many people seem to be liking the Mass Effect thing. I try to keep it about at 10 minutes for the early talk. I will make sure I don't do anything major within the first 10 minutes, let's say. So if you want to move on to that that period, I completely understand. It is a live broadcast, so I still want to... Hey, Angry Cat, did we get the setting? We did get the settings. So I know you're usually here to watch me turn it off and turn it on again. If we don't have the settings, by the way, please let me know. Because I can... sorry, now you've got me nervous. I'll take a quick look here and see. But they were on there for me. Yeah, they're still there. So either Twitch is specifically setting it up so it looks like I have them, or or we've got them. And I won't know the difference between the two. Oh, it works now. Okay, good. But yeah, so what was I going to say before? Yeah, so I wish I had a better alternative than turning down my voice to lower to change the ratio between the game to voice volume. I don't like it as a solution because in the end it carries the assumption that I am the only thing that you're listening to. That's usually not true. I'm possibly not the only Twitch stream you're watching. And so, if I lower the volume, it means basically I'm expecting everyone else to change their main computer volume setting. And that seems to be kind of a bridge too far. Unfortunately, I don't have any other better option. The only alternative would be to keep the game very quiet and keep my voice very, very high relative to the game. And it seems to me that keeps all the undesirable features of the previous solution while not giving the option to people who do have me as sort of the only thing they're getting sound from. So I apologize, but that's where we're at. So for those of you wondering where this game was for a week, sorry, I don't want to I'm not deliberately going to pad out for the 10 minutes, but I also need a minute just to kind of collect my thoughts because I really started rushing trying to get the stream ready, so I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh yes, so yeah, we took a break from Mass Effect 3 for Lucifer Within Us, which I really enjoyed. I might have even been able to get it done in one sitting, it turns out. And it, I whatever whatever the merits of short games are, I liked that I got 2 streams out of it because I like taking my time and going through things, as I think most of the Mass Effect people know, and I highly recommend that game. Although so I don't think it's unfair to say the game is short. I do think it's unfair to do what a lot of the reviews are doing, which is to say, I like this game, but I'm giving it a thumbs down because I don't think it's worth, X dollars. Now, you can think something's not worth the price that you paid for it. Excuse me. And that, at this point, really what this is saying is that it didn't, the quality of the experience didn't match what you were looking for. So I can kind of get the not recommended in that case. But like Steam reviews don't adjust based on price. That's going to be a not recommend if the thing even goes on sale for like 50 cents. But what it really does do is it really messes with the developer's ability to continue to support the game or to make new ones, especially when it's something like Lucifer Within Us, which is sitting on the edge of mixed reviews, which has orange text and tends to turn people away from the game, or mostly positive reviews, which is 70% or higher, and gives the friendly blue text. So a little background. It's kind of why I wanted, well, not wanted, but why I was happy that I got 2 streams out of it, because it let me show more people a game that I think is very good, and I think there isn't a lot of games like it. So I recommend you give it a look. It's not unfair to say it's a short game. I don't think that's a bad thing. It's I think we've got an expectation that games are going to take like tens of hours, and look, I got stuff I want to do. Like, make sure it's worth the time that you spend on it. I would actually have been less fond of Lucifer Within It if they tried to pad it out and my time wasn't respected, but I'm clearly a minority in that. And I agree, Angry Cat, but I do know that that's how people watch streams. It's a little unfortunate, so if you mute a stream on Twitch, you don't count as the concurrent viewer, and I believe if your active tab is another Twitch stream, the other stream doesn't, like the other ones that you're watching don't count as having a concurrent viewer either. So the possibility is that there was sort of a sudden drop. There's a number of reasons why I could see a sudden drop in concurrent viewers, but I think one of the reasons for that would be whenever Twitch implemented that policy. Because I know if I'm one of several streams, I'm very often not the number one choice. So, some countries have, I'm sorry, I don't remember what country you're from, but some countries have like a ranked ballot system. In Canada, for at least one of the major political parties, they have a system where it's a ranked ballot, and so it's not always the number one choice that gets picked as like the number 2 or number 3, but it's the number 2 or number 3 for like the broader range of the party. So I would do well under ranked ballot Twitch. I don't do so well under first past the post Twitch. I do great under the dictatorship ones, though. If you put me on a Steam page and I'm the only one people can watch when they're thinking about buying the game, those numbers go crazy. But anyways, this was very babbly. I don't need to do the full 10 minutes. But I hope you're doing well. I will admit I am considering a couple of other potential breaks from Mass Effect, and not because I dislike Mass Effect, but because there are some games coming up which look kind of interesting, and there are some things I would like to return to. Wow, I can't hear anything in this game. I'll lower my voice just a little bit more. Hopefully I'm still audible. Is the game to voice a little bit better? I'm not sure if it is. Anyways, for There are a couple games like Industries of Titan and whatnot that I would really like to get back to sooner rather than later. Steam streams are indeed always successful for some. Oh, that's right. I forgot that. It's hard to remember. I used to be able to remember what games people sort of first stopped by for. So, for instance, like Endors came in during Gods Will Be Watching. But it's nice to have the channel grow. But unfortunately, necessarily at a certain point, it becomes hard to keep that personal touch, just because it's impossible to remember everyone. But yeah, we do the best we can.
Glad you talked Samara down.
I never thought I'd see her flinch from her duty.
I don't know. On one hand, that code's all she's had to live by for, God, centuries. And the galaxy goes to hell. The old rules don't cut anymore. I mean, we're cutting some corners, right?
A few.
Well, the Alliance can always court-martial us after we save the galaxy.
Didn't they already do that? I guess they didn't.
What are you doing, Edie?
Monitoring reports of proton storms and other space weather. With the Reapers attacking the convoy systems, critical warnings may be lost.
How bad are these storms?
If we are warned, not bad. If we are not warned, very bad.
Thanks for the info, Edie.
I'm not sure if I... Oh, you know what? Here's one thing I gotta do. Any codex entries I haven't touched yet? Yes, we've got a few, so let's get these out of the way.
Admiral Stephen Hackett is a decorated officer. Jacob Taylor is a human biotic and was once a Cerberus operative working under Miranda Lawson. Born in 2157, he began his career as a Systems Alliance Marine and served as a member of the Corsairs, an arm's-length program for operatives working outside of Alliance jurisdiction. Taylor survived the Geth attack on Eden Prime, but left the Alliance afterwards because of what he perceived as unresponsiveness in the face of aggression. While working for Cerberus, Taylor thwarted a plot by Batarian terrorists to unleash a bioweapon on the Citadel. Soon after, he was assigned to Project Lazarus, the Cerberus effort to reconstruct Commander Shepard and the Normandy stealth frigate. Following the project's completion, Taylor accompanied Shepard through the Omega-4 relay to destroy the Collectors. He survived that mission and has since left Cerberus, although his current whereabouts and affiliations are unknown.
I'm not sure, Angry Cat. I don't just say that I don't take attendance during casts. I try as much as possible. So, like, it's a tough one, right? Like, if it's somebody who I know a bit better, and there's the question of, like, neglect or whatever, I might bring up something like a Twitch stream because it's sort of it's a signifier, it's a marker, right? But I really don't like the attitude that you measure loyalty by the number of streams that go by. So, like, the context is very different. There is something that can be brought up as an illustration. Hey, Miles, 527th of his name. That's very nice of you to say, actually. You've come for the perfect time for that, because once we finish the main codex entries, I get a chance to read the secondary codex entries, which I realize is not why everybody plays Mass Effect, but it's about the one good thing I can do for Mass Effect. So thank you for saying so, and I'm very happy to see you here. But yeah, Angry Cat, like, I always sort of think it's in my view at least, a bit impolite and kind of entitled to assume that I have a claim on someone's attention. It's one that I kind of need to earn. And especially as sort of a niche broadcast, just like, games can be niche. Lucifer Within Us is niche. Cultist Simulator is niche. A lot of the games that I like playing tend to be very niche. I don't like assuming that someone will show up. So if someone comes in, let's say 100 times before, and someone says, oh, I wonder if so-and-so will be in today. I never want to take the view, it's like, yeah, they probably will. Because I don't know what they're up to. Particularly, there might be something bad that's happened to them. But we'll see. I think he likes Mass Effect. Came here from Cultist Simulator vids, but interested in seeing more. That's great to hear. I'll admit, so Mass Effect is one that I struggle with a little bit because the game-to-voice volume is so off. It feels like this is a very quiet game, and while if I play it privately, I can just boost up my headphones. I'm already at the max for the game audio in the... Sorry. I have got a late start and I'm fuzzy. I can boost... I've got the maximum game audio on OBS, so the only way to try and bring the ratio back is to lower my volume. But yeah, I do tend to do a variety of things, but I've been doing Mass Effect 3 sort of on the Wednesdays and Fridays for the past little while. So hopefully this is your cup of tea. If it's not, no hard feelings. But I'll be sure to announce when games are changing up, because not everybody likes this one. But yeah, I feel like Cultist Simulator has been very good for attracting new people to the channel, and that makes me happy, because I mean it's an interesting game, and it's actually been... I've really enjoyed the people who I've met through that, and that's not true of every game.
Jelix, the second planet in the Arise system, is a marginally habitable world of mountains and ice. The planet was turned into a human penal colony upon its discovery in 2161. But its prison shut in 2179 after racking up the worst safety records in the system's alliance. Lawsuits are still in the courts. Shortly after the closure of the prisons, a handful of intergalactic corporations moved in to set up mines, supply depots, and other facilities on the planet.
By the way, if the ratio isn't working for you guys, just let me know in chat. I'll do my best to fix it.
An unremarkable world located far from regularly traveled trade routes, Lessus is inhabited only by a small Asari colony. The main feature is a monastery that houses a large population of Asari with active or latent Ardat Yakshi genes, a disorder that causes the death of anyone who mates with the afflicted Asari. Although some of the colonists exiled themselves voluntarily, many were sent to Lessus by their families to protect society from their deadly potential. The monastery emphasizes individual sacrifice for the good of the community. Latent Ardat Yakshi, as well as active sufferers who show that they can control their condition, may be offered a chance to reintegrate into Asari society after spending sufficient time on Lessus. Active Ardat Yakshi whose psychological profiles show capacity for neither empathy nor re-education are confined to the monastery for life.
And now they are on the Reaper's side. Oh, good to know, Angry Cat. I don't think there's anything I can fix on my end. When I take a look at it, doesn't seem to be dropping any frames. But if you find that there are some lags coming up in terms of, like, if the connection gets interrupted, you might find that picking one of the quality options and going to one of the lower resolutions, assuming that it's not too offensive to the eyes, that might make things a little bit smoother for you.
The Reaper called Harbinger is... Banshees are the corrupted Asari often found leading a Reaper strike force. The Reapers create them specifically from Asari with active or latent predispositions to becoming Ardat Yakshi, a rare neurological condition that enhances the Asari's biotic power while causing the immediate death of anyone she mates with. Lumbering as though in constant pain, the emaciated Banshees are surprisingly durable opponents. They are devastating biotics, able to hurl lethal balls of energy and create shock waves as they regenerate. What Alliance military finds most disturbing is the Banshee's ability to spawn her own warp field and seemingly teleport during combat. Although their wails have no apparent physiological effect, the psychological impact is undeniable. When Banshees die, their Ardat Yakshi genetics twist against them, causing a biotic implosion to ensure they evade capture.
Hey, Crack Steve. All right, so that's the narrated ones. Now it's my turn. Asari, Ardat Yakshi. Ardat Yakshi, Demon of the Night Winds, are Asari suffering from a genetic disorder preventing conventional melding of nervous systems during mating. Instead, Ardat-Yakshi electrochemically ravage their partners' nervous systems, in extreme cases leaving victims as vegetative invalids or corpses. Asari psychologists regard this incapacity for mental this incapacity for mental fusion as preventing the development of empathy, leading to psychopathy. There is no known cure. The disorder generally begins in infancy, reaching full pathology during maiden adolescent sexual development. While seductive and sexually driven as other Asari, Ardat-Yakshi are congenitally sterile. Ancient Asari mythology held Ardat-Yakshi as gods of destruction, depicting them as villains of countless legends and as the anti-heroes of numerous Asari epics. Contrary to popular belief, Ardat-Yakshi are neither extremely rare, around 1% of the Asari dwell on the AY spectrum, nor are they all murderers. Most cultivate and discard countless exploitative or abusive relationships during their legally marginal lives. Despite rumors of Ardat-Yakshi syndicates, by nature, Ardat-Yakshi are incapable of long-term cooperation. As a disproportionately wealthy species, Asari employ their economic reach and media ownership to hide AY pathology from the galactic community, placing most Ardat-Yakshi in monitored work programs or seclusion. Only the most aggressive cases are sentenced to sanitaria and prisons to the execution lists of Justicars. The Reaper War. The Cerberus Corp. Council Udina's attempted coup will no doubt be analyzed for generations to come, but a clear picture is beginning to emerge. Udina had contacted Cerberus to coordinate what was intended to be a bloodless takeover of the Citadel, in which he would force the other councillors to grant him emergency powers so that he could command the Citadel fleet. He would then direct the fleet to liberate his homeworld, Earth. The plan fell apart when Executor Palin and the Solarian Councillor caught wind of it. In defense of the plan, the elusive man dispatched his top assassins, commanded by Kai Leng, to kill them. Udina had little choice but to support the assassins with an armed force sufficient to hold the Citadel. Captured confidants have indicated that Udina and Leng's alliance was relatively fragile. Udina may have planned to turn on Cerberus once the fleet was his to command, and Leng departed when he calculated that Udina would not succeed. Persistent rumors suggesting that Udina might have been a high-functioning victim of Reaper Persistent rumors suggest that Udina might have been a high-functioning victim of Reaper indoctrination. His actions played right into the Reaper's plans. Even if the coup failed, it would damage Citadel governance. If it succeeded, his plan to retake Earth would likely have turned into a military blunder that Council forces could ill afford. However, there is no direct evidence of his indoctrination, nor obvious opportunity. It is more likely that Udina acted out of desperation, and in doing so, cost humanity its counselor. You wonder how many of those findings could be... Oh, I didn't even think of that, Angry Cat. That's a neat insight. Okay. I think I did a circuit around the ship already, but I did get a notice saying that I had messages. So let's make sure that Trainer doesn't have anything to say to me. She does not. And we do have some emails. So, Asari Squad ready from Corinne Lemes. Commander Shepard, as of an hour ago, Asari High Command has assigned my squad to support you. We will ride with the Second Fleet until it's time to deploy. If you'll allow me a personal note, I knew a few of the commandos who went down in that to that monastery. Nothing will bring them back, but hearing that place went up in smoke is the only good news I've heard in weeks. Ready to serve, Captain Corinne Lemes. Headed for the front line from Samara. Shepard, I finished my business on Lessus. I would offer to travel once again with you on the Normandy, but the code dictates that I join the fight where it is most dire. While you hold your essential work, I will do my best. While you do your essential work, I will do my best to hold the front. Before I depart, I'll return to the Citadel for a short time to prepare. If it does not... That surprised me, but Miles, thank you very much for the sub. I really appreciate that. I hope you get a chance to enjoy the emotes as well, so I'll just put them in chat here. There's a couple of them which are locked behind the higher tiers, but the Eyes of Sin did these wonderful emotes here, and I'm very fond of that one on the far left, so I really appreciate the support. Before I depart, I'll return to the Citadel for a short time to prepare. If it does not interfere with your duties, come find me there. Citadel Meetup from Jacob Taylor. Hey Shepard, this Crucible project is intense. Bryn and the others are on it around the clock. Pretty soon I'll have to make a run to the Citadel to pick up some equipment at the hospital. If you've got time, want to meet me there? Things were so crazy on Jelix that it'd be good to see you in a quieter place, you know? Hope to see you around, Jacob. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. It's really out of... so some of the other emotes, are not, like some of the other alerts are really... they're a little bit closer in terms of association with what's going on. I did want to keep the movie clip... I did kind of want to keep the movie clip thing in line, but I sort of half remember what the intentions behind the sub one was, but given the fact that it appears a lot more than the other ones now, I probably should find something a little more on brand. All right, Crucible update from Bryn Cole. Dear Commander Shepard, thank you again for all you did for our group out on that facility on Jelix. Admiral Hackett is an amazing man, and it's a privilege to work under him. The construction of the Crucible is presenting its challenges, but my team and I are determined to crack its mysteries. Although I never rely on luck, in this instance, I fear we may need a little. Stay safe, Commander. I hope our paths cross again. Sincerely, Dr. Bryn Cole. So, I kind of thought at the end of last broadcast... I did my circuits around...
I've always loved the M35 Mako. It's got heart, you know?
Oh, come on. The M44 Hammerhead is vastly superior.
Come on, that thing's made of tissue paper. At least the Mako can take a few hits.
I'd hope so. That thing handles like a drunk rhino. No agility whatsoever.
More like a bull that can climb and climb for days.
It only climbs because of its stupid, vertically aligned Mass Effect fields. Jump or stick. No speed, no lateral movement.
Hey, with a cannon like that, who needs to move?
If you want that, why don't you just stick with the old M29 Grizzly?
Hey, I love that tank.
You would be one to love grizzly bears, Mr. Vega.
What? What's so funny?
I know I've had my issues with Vega, but I actually kind of like that exchange. Also the one with Garrus... when they're sort of one-upping each other.
The next time you blow up a monastery, let me know you've left the premises, okay? I need to know if I'm picking up my commander in one piece or many. Good to see you, Commander.
All right, Vega, this is your chance to not be a douchebag.
Hey.
All right. At least he didn't hit on me. Oh, Javik's gone. Now I gotta see what's going on here. It's so weird. I'm really used to seeing Jack down here, so every time I kind of head in, I expect there to be a person. And this, I mean, I've done plenty of Mass Effect 3 now, but it's hard to shake the impression.
Have you seen the new poker table up in the lounge? It's going to waste.
Well, I was thinking of inviting Sony a trainer up for a wee game of strip poker.
Right. You're not going to invite Commander Williams, too?
She seems like a sore loser, and I'm rather attached to my tender bits.
Damn it, Donnelly.
Commander.
Nothing to report.
Shepard?
Oh, wait a minute. I don't think I went through here. Went through, okay, sorry, other side.
So, are you doing a story on the Asari who were turned into Reaper creatures?
The Ardat Yakshi? No.
I think that story would be perfect for you. The hidden dark side of the most beautiful race in the galaxy.
We have a huge Asari audience. If I do that story, I could lose them.
That seems a bit like pandering.
Ever seen how fast an e-democracy can abandon its allies?
No.
If I do my job, you won't. does Dr. Tassoni ever let you in her room? Because she keeps me out.
You know, after that exchange, I can
Do
see
we need
why.
to talk, Commander?
Not right now, Allers.
Let me know when we do.
Oddly enough, every time I see the dialogue with the reporter, I feel increasingly justified in. Hey, I think we might have talked about this before, with Thane being on the wall, but if we didn't, that was a touch that I really liked.
Everybody was fighting the Rachni, trying to push them back through the relay. Finally, the Krogan were turned loose and stopped them.
I see.
But when the Krogan rebelled, we had to deploy the genophage to stop them. Wasn't the only rebellion. 1,000 years later, the Geth revolted against the Quarians. That was a whole other war. Then along came the humans. My own people tangled with them for a while, and now, to top it all off, we've got the Reapers. What about you?
The Ouroboros fought the Densorin. The Andoromai conquered the Vandoma, and the Jatil turned against the Jah.
So, I guess nobody really ever gets their act together.
The Sinreal claimed to have found the path to eternal peace.
What happened?
The Ditaka preferred war and wiped them out.
I hope you guys had alcohol.
Some of the crew seem shocked by the monstrosities we have encountered. They haven't seen what the Reapers could corrupt after 100 years. That was our war. Every battle conjured a new nightmare. This human holds such childish views of war. Your species has much to learn.
Wait, which human?
Commander.
Samara's the kind of soldier we need in this war. Nothing gets in her way. I just hope I'm not in her way someday. That woman means business. Now it's a mutated Asari. The Reapers are just a giant nightmare factory that never ends. I can only imagine what the Reapers are doing to the Drell. Or the Hanar. Or the Vorcha. This could get a lot worse before it gets better.
Wait a minute. I want to know what an Elcor Reaper looks like.
How's it going?
Or better still, sounds like.
It's a brilliant tactic, when you think about it.
But it's evil.
When has that ever mattered in war?
Yeah, but converting other life forms into Reapers? I can't wrap my head around that.
Makes sense to me. It ensures you never run out of cannon fodder. Eliminates any local resistance. And for every soldier you add, your enemy loses two. The one you converted, and his buddy on the other side who can't pull the trigger on a friend.
You sound like you admire them.
Same way I admire a virus or a thresher maw. They've adapted perfectly to their situation.
Speaking of the
Reapers want to destroy us.
And I have no intention of letting them. But if you don't respect your enemy's capabilities, you're in for one nasty surprise after another.
Speaking of Thresher Maws, I still remember the moment where we had the fight between the Thresher Maw and the Reaper. That was a fun moment.
Excellent find, Commander. The information network terminal has been updated.
I don't even remember what we found. Galea's electronic signature. Matriarch Galea was an Asari of some importance with connections to Asari High Command and the Council itself. Her electronic signature can be used once before security protocols realize that it has been activated by someone else. Galea's contacts can open elite training facilities for reconditioning soldiers on behalf of the Asari Embassy, or on behalf of this Asari Embassy, grant someone a discount on all Citadel stores. Feel like I should be doing... I've had a couple of moments where I can't buy everything that I want, but they're fairly rare. Correspondence from Classified Alliance Project staff. Dr. Locke, I was working on that problem you sent me last night, and I think that I found a solution for synchronizing the Crucible's energy bursts. Punch the attached capacitor redesign into your projections, and it should save 3.6 milliseconds off the Mass Effect field's activation time. You can see where that leads. If you approve, I'll send the schematics to manufacturing. We'll need roughly 250,000 by tomorrow morning for testing. Dr. Cole.
Poor Rila. But I'm glad she set off that bomb, Shepard.
You're not upset the monastery was destroyed?
No, not after what I saw. I don't care that they were Ardat Yakshi. To be turned into such creatures, nobody deserves that. It's good to see you.
I don't think Dr. Chakwas will have anything to say, but...
It would help all involved if you could barter a trade of medical supplies with the Citadel refugees. Speak to Tactus. You should be able to find him near the docks.
I don't remember if I had that or not. I feel like there was a mission related to medical supplies, but... This is the drawback of going away for a week. Well, from the game for a week.
You sure make some... I dug out some letters my youngest sister wrote when she was having a hard time. Teen drama and all that. Just needed her big sis. I guess with everything that happened down there, I just wanted to read them again. That is not a side of the Asari I ever want to see. Shepard?
Feel like some of that dialogue... Well, I mean, it obviously stepped on itself, but I feel like I missed a component in it. And I don't think I went through this area. Not that there's anything to see. I also think Garrus is in the far end on this. I know he was in Mass Effect 2. But again, doesn't hurt. Yeah, we're good. So I think there's just one more floor and then we'll be able to go. I'm pretty sure the system that we're in is one where I need to search for the stuff already. And then from there we can... Wait. If I'm already on the crew deck. Oh yeah, no, because this is where the poker was. Okay. Nope, I'm all good. Okay, so if memory serves, we can fly out to one of these other destinations. Hey, System Talk, do you ever play Factorio? It's either for you and you get sucked in, or it's not and you get bored with it. I tried the tutorial when it was in early access. I can't say I disliked it, but it didn't quite get its hooks in me the way that it has for other people. I will also say that the most likely reason for that is because every time I've played the tutorial, it's really clear there's a lot going on in that game, and I've always done it when I'm quite busy. And so my experience of Factorio has been, and this has happened like 3 times now, it's like I go to play the tutorial and I make some progress, and then I realize, oh wow, there's still more for me to pick up out of this. Okay, that's fine. I'll just go and, I'll check it out later. But enough time passes that I start again at square one on Factorio. So it seems very much like a game I'll really enjoy. And it's one that a couple of people who are fans of the stream have recommended to me. So
I found something.
I tend to trust those. I tend to trust those recommendations quite well. Ooh, I forgot there were Reapers here. But I'll admit, like, I probably shouldn't even admit that I've played it before, because I really haven't. It's like I want to get into Factorio, and every time I've had the chance, it's kept me from like really digging into it. But it's one that holds enough interest. I picked up Satisfactory, and I think it has some similar ideas in a 3-dimensional space. So I do want to properly. Take it in. Angry Cat says, "Don't mind me, just doing my rounds, listening to on all your private talks." Hey, it's important intelligence for the war. Police says a ringed gas giant composed of hydrogen, helium, and traces of ammonia. It has 26 moons, but the Asari extracted the most valuable resource deposits from all of them long ago. The facilities have largely been forgotten in the face of greater excitement among the system's inner planets. Orbital distance 18.3 AU, orbital period 60.2 Earth years, radius 51,136 kilometers, and day length 15.5 Earth hours. I was playing Starflight again because I was talking about the the influence of that game on the Mass Effect series, and the I better this is gonna be tough.
Faster than light jump successful.
But yeah, I'd forgotten how. Like, so it's funny because when I talk about Starflight and I'm playing Mass Effect, I sometimes think like maybe I'm overstating the case a little bit. But even with this sort of stripped down version of the oh god. Well, I mean, it's possible there's nothing here.
Evasion successful.
That'd be a nasty trick to play, though.
Reapers eluded.
So, given I have the tendency for doing silly things. But yeah, after playing some more Starflight recently,
signal confirmed.
Even there we go. Aha. Okay. Again, both of these are going to be tough.
Faster than light jump successful.
We'll make it work. But the even the stripped down version that's in Mass Effect 3, I think, really captures the feeling of some of the stuff that made.
Reapers eluded.
Oh, this might be my shot. I think I might have just killed myself, but Tricalon is a small rock planet that was home to a centuries-old Asari venture called the Tiri Super Collider. This massive particle accelerator encircled the entire planet at an orbital distance. When political change among the Asari republics led to funding cuts, human scientists stepped in with the credits and labor to finish the project, renaming it the Suskind Super Collider. It came online just days before the Reapers invaded the galaxy. When the Reapers entered the system, they dispatched a swarm of capital ships towards Tricalon, treating the Super Collider as a greater threat than the Asari naval fleet stationed at Sanbes. They blasted it apart, sending debris hurtling into Tricalon's surface. Several ships carrying Super Collider staff escaped before the Reapers hit. Orbital distance 10 AU, orbital period 31.7 Earth years, radius 1,905 kilometers, day length 59.4 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure, trace surface temperature minus 87 Celsius, and gravity of 2.5 Gs. Miles says, huge fan of Factorio. It took you about a year and a half from downloading it to actually start playing it seriously. It's a very involved game, but also one game that you would play if you could only play one game for the rest of your life. Yeah, these are a really interesting one. Like, so Dota used to be one for me that like it kind of had the infinite replayability, and I'd put a lot of time into it. But I'll admit the one thing that's really interested me a lot about games like Factorio, like you can see a game like Dota and say, okay, well, the reason why it has so much replayability,
Faster than light jump successful.
Yes, there's lots of characters and there's lots of combinations, but one of the things that really drives the replayability of those kinds of games is how they change things through the updates. So obviously Dota under one patch is not necessarily the same. I should probably do the ones at the edge. Yeah, so like if you play Dota 5 years ago, and I don't play it anymore, but you know, it's obviously going to be a very different game from what it is today. You can sort of say the same thing for the Paradox titles as well, except that of course they also, like, it's DLC is coming out as well too, so it's the combination of the free updates and whatnot. But what's really interesting to me about stuff like Factorio is that they are getting that level of play and that level of engagement with people through the base game on its own. You know, you could probably put Dwarf Fortress in a similar comparison to this. It's a hard one because, of course, Dwarf Fortress is still in development and so is getting updates. But I'm not entirely sure that's where the replayability is coming for people. I think if that game, you know, Bay 12 were to stop working on that game, I think a lot of people would be very sad, but I suspect people would still be engaged with it in the way that they are, as you say, the game that you can play for the rest of your life. And I'm interested in games like that. I don't always have the time for games like that, but I mean, I did Crusader Kings for the longest time. I've done Stellaris. Because I like games like that in a strategy context, I have a feeling that Factorio is going to be one that I really take up. It actually gives me a good reason to look into it again. Angry Cat says, once again, make sure that you have a few hours before trying Path of Exile. It takes a while and you don't want to stop. Yeah. By the way, Angry Cat, you have stopped by Uncle Cranky's channel, right? Because I know he does quite a bit of Path of Exile. Yeah, well, I mean, I think Dwarf Fortress, as far as they're concerned, is something that will be in development for decades still. I don't know if that's changed. So there's this Steam version that's coming out. That's being published by Kit Fox Games. But like the thing that's going to be appearing on Steam is... So the details are understandably private to a certain extent, but apparently there was a health scare. And I think the brothers sort of had this realization in terms of what... like the financial implications of something like that relative to what their position was. And usually with an update to Dwarf Fortress, the community's kind of been good enough to donate and keep the development supported. But it's, you know, the health scare kind of seemed to give a bit of a shock. So I think the plan with the Steam version of it is that some of the ideas in terms of something a little more visually engaging, a little bit friendlier, that was maybe pushed up to a little bit earlier than planned. Or like essentially it was the time to do that. And so the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is sort of this premium product that does a lot of the like friendlier stuff that gamers sort of expect now. If you still want to play Dwarf Fortress as people are enjoying it now, you can. But I think the hope is that's going to be a means where they can get a certain degree of financial security that isn't present in the main game. I believe it will still be a free game. Again, I don't speak for them, but I think it will still be a free game in the sense that if you want to play the game that like has built the reputation, you can. But my intention will certainly be to support it. I mean, I like it when people take the time to make the thing friendly for me. So, you know, the Steam edition seems to be the one that I think is worth it. The other one that you might like, Angry Cat, like I know Cranky does a little bit of everything, but Octavian Zero is also a streamer. He streams later than me, and he's a very good Path of Exile streamer. But yeah, actually, I don't want to take too much time on this, but you've got me curious now, Miles. I want to see what the official word on yeah, so the opening lines for a Polygon article when I did a search. Dwarf Fortress is coming to Steam and itch.io, but it won't be finished anytime soon. In fact, hearing that this particular game could be nearing completion might be the worst news that fans of Dwarf Fortress might ever receive. The game's bizarre complexity makes it so endearing. Its utterly absurd scope is a feature, not a bug. That's why co-creator and programmer Tarn Adams sounded nearly frantic when I asked if Dwarf Fortress, in development since 2003, was finally finished. Finishing would leave so much undone. And I'm, as much as I would love to sit and read articles for everyone, I'll let you read the rest of that there. But yeah, the plan sort of, at least when I found out about the existence of Dwarf Fortress, I think they were talking about a development span of decades. So, anyways, the system's only gas giant has rings laced with the faintest traces of element zero dust, likely from an extrasolar asteroid pulverized by a collision with the planet's moons. Collecting and refining the EZO dust in dust form is a long and costly process. The Elkos Combine sought the mineral rights to Aglaic from the matriarch Sonthesia, but the Reaper invasion stopped any deal from going through. The equipment here is undamaged by Reapers, the attack on Nikal likely taking priority. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, Angry Cat. Like, it's a game that I really want to... It's a game I want to get into, but I think if, you know, as I was saying to Miles, like, Factorio has made an effort to make itself presentable to me. And if I struggle to find the time to dedicate, you know, the proper attention to that,
successful.
It makes me wonder... it makes me wonder if I really have it in me to, you know, to put the quality time in with Dwarf Fortress. And I mean, all respect for people who do. I think I might kill myself doing this, but 350 units of fuel.
Reapers
Nice.
eluded.
But obviously, Factorio is the more likely of the two for me to find the time and figure out.
Signal confirmed.
I should probably go there. If nothing else, it'll tell me how many assets are in this area, in the system. Pronoia is a methane ammonia gas giant notable for the large deposits of platinum discovered by Lucia colonists on its largest moon. Asari have been selling the precious metal used in some medical equipment to the Citra Foundation for less than its market value. The discount may have single-handedly saved Cirta, not Citra, single-handedly saved Cirta from bankruptcy, a debt that is rapidly being repaid galaxy-wide through Cirta's humanitarian efforts. The Reaper presence in the system has no doubt cut off supplies to the Foundation. Actually, you know, I keep talking about why this reminds me of Starflight. So, if you haven't played Starflight, basically, in that game, you would go to a planet, you'd find out, you'd kind of find out what the planet was about, what the environmental conditions were. There were planets with crushing gravity, which if you attempted to land on them, you'd die. You know, this is not something you can put in Mass Effect. Like, you'll notice that modern games almost never have the push this button and kill yourself one. Because as funny as that is, I don't think Starflight did it to be funny, by the way. But, like, I think people have kind of figured out that there's no value added in giving the player something that will wipe them out. It's funny, right? Because it's definitely a statement on psychology. Like, you know, I'm sure with Starflight, they're saying, it's like, look, you know, the universe is full of interesting places. Not every planet that you're going to visit is the sort of thing that you should land on. And we've been pretty clear that it's got crushing gravity and that you shouldn't go on there. And I think probably at the time, people would be like, yeah, you know, it's a wonderful simulation. It's this is the way it should be. And I think if Mass Effect were to do this, people would be like, well, why the hell did you give me the option? Like, what? I don't have got time to read all that, so. Real reason we're fighting the Reapers is because of noise complaints caused by by their system. But in there it is. 200 units of fuel. Could be worse. Ooh.
Faster than light jump successful.
But yeah, so in addition to scanning the planets, you would land and you would pick sort of where on the grid you would you'd put your ship down, and then you'd be able to sort of travel on the surface and take a look at, oh, hang on, I'm being chased by Reapers in a system that apparently, well, maybe it's because the Normandy's covering it. I don't think there was anything in the Anos Basin. So Kite's Nest seems to be the obvious choice for me. Hey, Skidlock. But yeah, you'd go through the territory, you'd mine items, you'd sometimes find special artifacts. Sometimes you would also sometimes find resources kind of lying on the ground, which was always welcome. Okay, I am worried that I might run out of fuel. But yeah, you'd have this whole sort of experience of traveling on the planet. Yeah, I don't know how I'd make it back. I guess we'll find out. But you could definitely see where the Mako comes from if you have that experience. But the funny thing here is that even with so, and then Mass Effect 2 makes this similar in that you were scanning over the entire surface of the planet and finding the resource deposits. In this case, though, even in this really simplified version of it, it's after actually playing Starflight again, I'm realizing how much of that is still in there. I will play Starflight on stream, I've decided. I'm just not sure when that's going to happen. A large rock planet, Vanna is covered in prodigious amounts of dry ice, leaving only thin traces of gas for its atmosphere. Uranium deposits drew Batarian miners to Vanna long ago, and when that was exhausted, they moved on to its magnesium. The Reapers have exterminated the colony here, punching holes in the domed cities and leaving its occupants to asphyxiate. Speaking of which, Elite Dangerous is finally getting space legs. I've really got to... wait a minute. I'm not allowed to find the artifacts here?
I found something.
Okay, that's more like it. I really need to put more time in Elite Dangerous. I unfortunately had to uninstall it. I needed the space for another game, but I'll try and do it before Odyssey comes. Oh, well, there's the black market artifacts. All right. I suspect they're being merciful and giving me some fuel in this area, so I'm going to try the open. Oh, this is going to suck. Not worth it.
Evasion successful.
I might be able to pull this off. 150.
Reapers eluded.
I might actually have to buy fuel. There's so much interesting stuff. Even games alone, I'm going to need a longer lifespan. Yes. I've actually... So... I'm very bad at sort of managing my time on this sort of stuff. So I specifically blocked off time to make sure I properly do reading and such. And then in addition to that, I've been trying lately to... oh, that fuels me right up. Cool. And then lately what I've been trying to do is now, because I've, been sort of keeping the reading time sacrosanct. So that really interests me that the Athena Nebula, there were still Reapers coming to get me. I only thought that would happen in these kinds of systems. Okay. I'm speaking with the Quarians last, so that's interesting. I will... Well, it doesn't really matter what order I do it in. Yeah, I've tried to do the same thing with games, so... like, for example, I've not played The Witcher 3 yet. And I'm told it's very good. I'm told it's the sort of thing that I should probably play and enjoy. Oh yeah, we've... I probably just made a world of problems for myself here.
Faster than light jump successful.
But yeah, so like, I've sort of taken the time to pace myself, like, accept that maybe I'm not going to be able to play everything that everybody, you know, says is the best ever, but to sort of, I don't know, take the time and savor the stuff that I do get a chance to play. Okay, I kind of want to know what happens if I run out of fuel. Oh, it just forces me... Don't! But yeah, like I think probably where it came from, like the confirmation of that, largely came from the response to Lucifer Within Us, like being able to. So there's I think Steam sales have sort of led us to this idea that, you know, the quantity of games that we play is the most important thing. You know, you're not really a gamer unless you've got a library of like 1,000 games that you've never played before. So like this is the first time I'm playing Mass Effect. And it's not like, why is it that the cinematics are the loudest thing in this game? It's like, obviously the problem is that stuff that, you know, people...
Signal confirmed.
Like, the sort of stuff that I should have an opinion on, I guess. I don't always get a chance to play as early as I would like. But I do tend to find that I enjoy the games that I play a lot more. And now that I've got a couple of subscription services... Well, no, I just have one now. EA Play Pro. Like, it gives me a chance to, like, really find something that I'll sink my teeth into. Tend to forget some hobbies because of your freeform schedule. You really need to sort that out. I guess what they say is true. No matter how much time you have, you... yeah, like... This is a really important thing. I mean, especially now because of, like, lockdown. One of the reasons I've become a lot more strict about that... And sorry, I know this isn't Mass Effect related, but I think it's probably important to talk about. Like, being able to... like, I've always had the view, and this, you know, this will come up when, you know, so I don't know what it is about me, but like I run into the problem of people making plans and then just not letting me know when they're not gonna like do them. That happens to me quite regularly, and like I don't like if they don't want to spend time with me, they don't want to spend time with me. Like I'm gonna try and not make a big deal out of it in most cases. But my own personal view is like we make time for the stuff that we value. You know, most of the time people are able to like shower, brush their teeth. They usually eat something. You know, and there's certainly, especially because I broadcast on Twitch, and this is one of the big things for me, like, there's at least 9 hours a week that goes into playing games for other people, and I really enjoy it. I appreciate that. You know, some of you subscribe, some of you donate, some of you just spend the time with me, which is great. But if I then sit down and say, oh, there just isn't enough time, you know, I'm working so much, you know, when am I ever going to find time to read this book? I'm like, well, I have enough time to play a video game online for people. You know, how did that happen? And, you know, and to a certain extent, it just became a habit. I do force myself to make sure that I stream every day. Like, there are definitely days I don't want to turn on OBS. But it's one of these ones where, in order to make sure that and again, I'm not perfect at it with stuff like reading, but because I enjoy reading, and I think because reading has the drawback that it's not like some of my more digital things. So it's easy for me to like sit down in front of a movie, and I don't really tune out because I still tend to watch them very actively, but the reward mechanism is like right there for me. In the case of Mass Effect, right? It's a game, it's designed to entertain me. It's got a lot of thought and intention behind its ability to keep me engaged over time. And, you know, reading Plato is not easy. It's enjoyable in its own way, but the minute-to-minute experience of it is maybe not necessarily the same as like going on Twitter and refreshing even from 10 seconds ago to see if someone you know just said something, or better still, that somebody said something to you. And so with that in mind, I try and keep some of those features kind of in the back of my head when it comes to like what I make time for. And specifically for the stuff that I find is very enriching, but in the moment is sometimes hard to do. It's also math, right? Like, one weird thing about me is if I'm having a really bad time, I actually go through a math textbook because like it keeps my mind occupied on other things. And it's good to learn. But like, nobody sits down and does like a math textbook for fun. And so that's one of the things where if I want to get better at the stuff that I do, you know, I need to make sure that I build the habit of making the time for that sort of a thing. Because there's nothing wrong with gaming. Like, gaming is entertaining. Gaming is really, you know, it's fun. It's something that is, it's also a very social experience. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that games like Among Us are really popular at a time when a lot of us are locked in or otherwise not able to see other people. But I think most people would say that it's not necessarily a very fulfilling life if, you know, you're spending 16 hours a day playing games. And so, because it's easy to sit down and spend 16 hours playing games, and it's hard to, you know, spend a day spending 16 hours reading a book, the easier it is for me to get out of the habit, the more I'm strict with myself in terms of keeping to it. Oh, for sure, Angry Cat. It's like, El Canoe, thank you very much for the host. There's a lot of you. So, as you good people can hear, I am an English-speaking streamer, and my French is quite terrible. Probably because I haven't gotten a chance to see El Canoe as much as I'd like. I actually don't know what you've been playing lately, because I've not been able to visit the cast. But my apologies to those of you who are not English speakers. I do not have any other means of communication, but El Canoe is a broadcaster I can recommend wholeheartly to. Actually, sorry, he's not El Canoe right now. He is Hell Canoe, because El Canoe does Halloween much better than I do. But yeah, for those of you who are, for those of you who don't know him, he's a very talented French broadcaster. And if you are like me and your French is marginal, if not non-existent, I still recommend that you check him out. If you aspire to be a Twitch broadcaster, he's really good to watch because it is fascinating to watch so my French has gotten better. And so I can't say, I sometimes, probably play up the ignorance a little bit more than I really should. El Canoe, I think, is somewhat, it's interesting if you don't know a language and see how much of the stream you understand, because what that does is that kind of shows you nonverbal communication. It shows you some of the other things that go into broadcasting. And I think El Canoe has got a real talent for making material engaging with people. And the fact that he was able to do so when I didn't understand a word he was saying really kind of tells you what's going on there. The fact, another great example would be he's very good at making me laugh, even when I didn't necessarily know what turn of phrase was being said. Avia, long time no see. Great to see you again. Yeah, it is. Especially, too, because people are, like, it's good for learning the language that I want to know. So I don't know what it's like for learning English, but in French, like in French courses, when we're learning the partitive article, they talk a lot about food. And it makes sense, right? Because usually you only want a portion of something. You don't want all of it. But the fact of the matter is I don't talk about food that much, which I realize makes me terrible for French. I know that, the North American views of Europe is this wonderful place of good food and really wholesome values along those lines. But I don't have those conversations with people. The conversations I have is, oh, hey, did you play Lucifer Within Us? No, I haven't. Oh, that game's really good. You should try it out. Or, hey, did you watch, Tenet yet? No. Oh, man, they've got this really great moment where you've got, like, two armies fighting at different ends of time. And it's like, you got to see it. It's great. But you don't learn that in French classes. And so, as a result, Twitch becomes quite a bit more engaging. Just putting a footnote here for later if you'd like me to share. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Angry Cat. Sorry about that. I do want to tend to the new bodies. But if you aspire to be a broadcaster, I think you could do worse than watch El Canoe, simply because I think he's really talented in terms of being able to sort of bring people to the stuff that he's playing. And I can say that because as far as the communication entertainment were concerned, there was a barrier between me and his, and what he was saying. The first thing I ever watched him play was a game called Satellite Rain, and I wound up buying the game because of his stream. And I almost didn't because the two English streamers who were doing it made the game seem very boring. And the game is not boring. The game is actually very good. If you are, chances are you're not necessarily want to be a broadcaster. So if you're a viewer, I'd say that El Canoe is just worth watching because he's got a great taste in games. In particular, he's very good at finding stuff that maybe you've never heard of before, or things that maybe you loved but had forgotten. So there's lots of stuff going on. I will ask you, because I haven't seen your stream recently, El Canoe, what were you playing tonight? But overall, obviously it's a long shout out, but it's definitely somebody who it's worth giving the shout out to, because he's like I said, I think he's a very talented broadcaster. It's wonderful that Twitch has been able to incorporate. I'm not gonna know the best broadcasters in other languages, but definitely El Canoe does very well in that regard. And then. Finally, it's just a chance for me to be able to catch up with someone. So right now you're on Wasteland 3, the only non-horror game of Horror Month, but otherwise you'd never finish it. Yeah. I haven't played Wasteland 2 yet, despite paying close to full price for it way back when. All right, I'll read Eloy, and then I will catch up with Angry Cat's thoughts on quantity versus quality, because I'm sure some of you would like to share some thoughts on that as well. A small hydrogen-helium gas giant formed around a metallic hydrogen core. Eloy was the site of a rare astronomical event late last year. The comet Asaro completed its orbit of 70 galactic standard years and traveled so close to the giant that it was captured as a moon. Dozens of space probes from around the galaxy have recorded this moment. Eloy was within the frost line of its parent star, where gas giants do not usually form. For this reason, it is believed to be an extrasolar capture. no problem, Elkanu. You know I like your stuff, but it's worth letting other people know. Actually, yeah, maybe this is worth saying because audiences change over time. There's something about Twitch rhetoric where everything is either like the best ever or the worst ever. It's never like nothing is ever just okay. And I think the problem is when you operate in an environment, oh, there's 3 things here. This is going to be tough.
Reapers eluded.
By the way, I know some of you guys like pointing this that I know I can like go away and come back. I just like getting it done in one go. And it's actually kind of fun to try and give the Reapers the slip. So, all right. Yeah, that's not going to be easy.
Faster than light jump successful.
Well, if I'm going to get it. 340? Works for me. Ooh. All right, that last one's going to be a tough one. But yeah, so with that in mind, like, to me, it's very important not just to talk about, a broadcaster. Because, like, everybody's got their friends. Everybody's got the stuff that they like watching. Sometimes that's not enough on Twitch anymore. So what I like specifically giving is why I enjoy a particular broadcast over another. I can't get away with that.
Evasion successful.
And sometimes that means going on, for a while. It means going on in some detail. But I actually think it's worth it because if I enjoy it, it's also a chance for me to sort of review as to why I like it.
Faster than light jump successful.
All right, one of a trio of asteroids formed around an element 0 core. Farlas is easiest to mine for low-yield EZO, a carbonaceous asteroid. Farlas has trace of water-bearing minerals and organic carbon in the form of kerogen. Orbital distance 4.1 AUs, orbital period 8.3 Earth years, radius 540 kilometers, day length 24.1 Earth hours, no atmospheric pressure, and surface temperature of minus 116 Celsius. Oh, here's a question for you, Elkanu. Have you ever played Starflight? I feel like that's something that maybe you have.
Evasion successful. I found something.
Garvug. In 354 CE, Garvug was considered a bargain world given to the Krogan to placate them because no one else wanted to live on such a frozen rock. Technically a life-bearing world, Garvug had a small farm belt around its equator and well-insulated marine life in its seas. By the turn of the century, the Krogan had completely adapted, breeding hundreds of younglings per family in vast underground bunkers. By the turn of the next century, Garvug's narrow strips of coral reef had been destroyed by overfishing and pollutants, and the excess Krogan took to the stars to find another planet to consume. Garvug was treated as an object lesson by the Citadel Council. Krogan could not be trusted to check their own numbers. Today, Garvug is a frozen wasteland, home to corporate eco-engineering efforts trying to implement sustainable agri- and aquaculture practices. Krogan and Vorcha packs are a constant threat, and the corporations pay mercenaries well to keep their operations safe. Orbital distance 4 AUs, orbital period 6.1 Earth years, radius 6,200 kilometers, day length 27 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 1.2 Earth atmosphere, surface temperature minus 30 Celsius, 5 at the equator, and 1 surface gravity. It's kind of ironic that judging something fleeting and messing as human life with solid numbers became the norm. Sorry, Angry Cat, I missed. So your chat stuff is now out of the list. So let me catch up really quickly here. The quantity over quality issue has been going on for a while. I believe it's because we can't truly compare subjective quality of an experience, but we can compare statistics and numbers as a society, so we just go by that, sadly. So, I mean, you're talking to an economist, so one of the things that I have to deal with is human intentions, human life, and try and find a way of quantifying them, but I appreciate the problem. And it's a hard one because, every movie that you think is truly terrible, I'm almost certain that there's at least one, unless it's like a super independent thing that like you've never watched before, or nobody's watched before. Like, except for those really, really narrow cases, chances are that movie is really special to someone. As much as I want to hate to admit it, because I am perfectly capable of being very snobby about movies. So, you know, sometimes actually, you might like the article I started writing, but I don't know if I'll actually get it done to the end. Okay, so there's definitely something in this.
Signal confirmed. Faster than light.
Got it.
Successful.
Because it talks about Steam reviews and why I actually think they're kind of bad. I think we got it. All right. I'll go to the Citadel system on its own. But yeah, like, so like a Metacritic score is going to tell you about the consensus among the critics. But obviously, if we try and reduce it down to one number and it's an aggregate, things that are niche, things that like Cultist Simulator, for instance, these are going to wind up being undervalued because in the end, you're going to weight the people who really love it against the people who kind of bounced off of it. Now, to a certain extent, if you want sort of like the representative consumer, I suppose you have to go with some kind of an average. But in the end, it's really not going to communicate what people actually want, which is this thing for me? And of course, the other way of doing that would be, it's like, okay, well, you try and like bin people together. So, you know, you've got people who, you know, maybe you look at their Steam library and you say, okay, this seems to be the kind of game that they like. Of the people who like that kind of a game, you know, this is how they reviewed it. But we also know, like, I don't know about you guys, but the Steam recommendation system doesn't really always put up stuff that I'm interested in. In fact, more often than not, it shows me stuff that I'm not interested in. It still does better than like a random search through Steam. Like, it's so large, there's no way that I'm going to be able to find stuff that I'm interested on my own. But the fact of the matter is that being able to look at my revealed preferences in terms of games, Steam hasn't been able to really be able to say, we know you're going to love this. So, you know, in some senses, one of the reasons why we go for quantity is, I think in the end, what's happening is people are expressing a preference for variety. I definitely fall under that. So one of the things I like about the subscription services is I get to try lots of different things. And as I narrow in, you know, there's some failures, but I only spend a few minutes on those. And then there'll be the stuff I really like. So like Frostpunk, I've wound up putting a ton of time into now. Which is funny, because what I've actually played of Frostpunk is probably not... It's the same thing I've done in Frostpunk. It's not actually the one... well, we can talk about that later. So, you know, obviously the most extreme version of this is when there's a Steam sale and we have a library of stuff, or Humble Bundles, for instance, where we have a big library of stuff that we... you know, we don't play. And that, you know, that's because to a certain extent, we just like acquiring goods, right? We, you know, all go to the mall, we all buy something, and it doesn't necessarily make us any happier, but it does at the moment feel really good. I don't know why it feels good to spend money, but I guess it's the potential. This might be the most amazing thing that you've ever played, but you never play it. You know, to a certain extent, we've got some games now. Like Miles was, you know, mentioning Factorio earlier. we have stuff where people get a really deep experience and they want to just continue plumbing the depths of that. And to a certain extent, at that point, it's really about playtime. You know, am I getting thousands of hours out of that game? And that's fine, because that's ultimate, like, it's an experience machine, basically. It just keeps spinning out these experiences for you to have. But that's not necessarily what every game is. You know, and I think actually what's been lost is the idea of a game that is relatively short, comes in, says what it needs to say, and gets out on time. To a certain extent, I kind of feel like Ubisoft is the opposite. Like, their style of game is the opposite of that. I'm not entirely sure in all of their games you necessarily have to go through those big checkpoints, but they, I don't know, like, they really they have a really clear idea of the type of game that they want to make. And I'm not going to begrudge them that. They, seem to do a very good job at it. I was going to check my mission log before I landed on the Citadel. So I think it was... Yeah, so it was the Quarians was the priority, so... But yeah, I think to me that's kind of one of the ways that that division.
You're clear to dock, Normandy. Do you need ground transport?
I'll handle it. Navigation is becoming increasingly difficult due to the number of refugee ships in the docking area.
Sorry, I still want the game to speak for itself if I can. But yeah, it's, I don't know. Again, with everything, it kind of depends on who you are. Olaf, thank you very much for the sub.
I recovered Prothean data drives from Garbug. I'll have them brought here.
Commander Shepard, thank you. I'm sure that'll help with, any operation we have going.
I think what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to do a run on like each level and see what I can find, and then we'll maybe just refine whatever's left on in the mission log afterwards.
Thank you again, Commander. I appreciate the assist.
Many people simultaneously love talking about games as an art form, but as soon as an artistic game lasts 6 to 12 hours, it's boring and lacking replayability. You're shattered, so go and lay down, but no problem at all.
Fighting Reapers instead of Cerberus.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. You won't thank me so much when you're eye deep in husks.
No replacement has been selected for the position vacated by Counselor Denell.
Sorry, guys. I'm yawning. It's just because...
Shepard, if you're feeling up to it, I thought we could do something fun for a change.
Okay, this will be interesting. I want to see what Garrus's idea of fun is.
Shepard, glad you came.
What'd you have in mind?
Something that doesn't involve fighting Reapers.
That's hard to find these days. I suppose we could catch a Hanar poetry reading.
No offense, but if the end of the galaxy is coming, I'm not going out on the phrase, "This one feels like a flower."
So?
So, I had an idea.
Where are we going?
Somewhere we're not supposed to.
Some things never change, do they?
Ever have that one thing you always wanted to do before you died, Shepard?
Too busy trying to live. What's yours?
The whole time I worked at CSEC, I'd stare up at the top of the Presidium and say to myself, I want to go up there. But I never did. There were 137 regulations telling me I couldn't.
So you got them changed?
No. Now I just don't give a damn.
I already like where this is going.
Figured it's time to do something stupid just for the hell of it. Might be the last chance we ever get. A little busier than I imagined.
How about a dive in the pool?
You obviously haven't seen Turians swim. It's a lot of flailing and splashing interrupted by occasional bouts of drowning.
Yeah, you're right. I just have to save your ass again.
It'd make up for all the times I pulled your ass out of the fire. Noveria, Pharos, Ilos. We've had a hell of a ride, haven't we, Shepard?
Angry Cat said a good thing. I kind of want to see what this would look to now. It's like, I'm taking you to an exoskeleton polishing salon, Shepard.
Times like these, you know who your real friends are. They're not the ones running around looking for an escape route. They're the ones who stand at your side through the worst of it. They never give up on you. I'm lucky I can say I know someone like that.
So am I.
Why did he bring his sniper
rifle?
rifle?
Marriage now, are you? Now, before we head back, there is one thing we're going to settle, once and for all. I'm not saying you don't know how to handle a gun, just saying some of us know how to make it dance. So, let's find out who's really the best shot.
There are a few people in the galaxy who've seen me in action, Garrus. They seemed impressed.
Yeah, but I've actually seen you dance, Shepard. No comment.
All right, Vicarian, you're going down.
And don't worry, I loaded it with practice slugs for when you miss. That was an easy one. Let you build up your confidence. Long range, I wrote the book. Nobody alive can do this, not even Commander Shepard. Give me a tough one. I said a tough one.
Step aside. Do it. Nobody alive, maybe? But technically, I died.
Yeah, well, next time we'll throw in a herd of rampaging cliques, and that's how you separate the rookies from the pros.
That was fun, but I was really waiting for the payoff where after the first shot, C-Sec comes in and beats us with cement-filled milk jugs. This kind of lacks security that allowed Udina to start his coup. Let's start in the holding area, I think.
Now arriving at Docking Bay E-24, emergency civilian housing.
Are you okay?
I've just been standing here, holding this for I don't know how long. He'll always be a part of me.
Your past is yours. No one can take that away.
I love you, but I know you. Don't make me an anchor. Promise me, Steve.
Goodbye, Robert. I'm glad you came. I just need a few moments to myself.
Again, this is why I should never be in charge of something. If I did that scene, I would have had him accidentally delete the image.
James?
Commander, what brings you down here?
I was about to ask you that.
Well, after our little chat, I made up my mind. I'm gonna join the N7 program.
And you're celebrating by getting a tattoo?
Sort of. See, there's no official channels to go through right now. So, I guess this is my way of making it official. Technically, I'm just an N7 recruit, but, you know, I figure with you as my training officer, how could I fail? Right?
I'm flattered, but I wouldn't exactly say I'm training you.
Not officially, but what the hell is in this goddamn war? I'm just saying, whether you like it or not, you're my direct superior, and you're N7. So I take my lead from you. And you know, I'll take whatever advice you got.
Really?
Sure. The good advice.
Don't take this lightly, Vega.
I'm not. And I won't. I know it seems like I don't take things seriously, but when I commit to something, I fully commit.
Clearly.
Hey, I won't let you down.
Have a good one, Avia. Thanks a lot for stopping by. Fluffy McNoob. So I don't have... This is my first time getting through the series. So I don't have a set path. I'm not automatically going to do every Paragon option. But what I do tend to find is that my temperament is more Paragon oriented. And definitely if you take a look at what my... my levels are, I've definitely been making more Paragon-y choices. So a weak Paragon, I suppose, but not to a level of exclusivity. Angry Cat says, I need to learn social skills from Shepard. 5% bonding experiences, 5% conversation, 90% standing ominously in a doorway as you speak with others. Well, you know, at least it's better than the way other people talk to you in this, where most of the time they're like, they have their back looking at you and then they just turn their head around like in The Exorcist.
The only person you need to prove yourself to is the one standing in the mirror every morning.
Good point.
You know, that's gonna sting for a few days. You gonna be ready for duty?
Always. Hey, maybe we should get matching.
You want me to get an N7 tattoo?
N7? Sure. Or you could get my name done. Somewhere special.
You're such a tease, Vega.
Who, me?
You ever gonna make good on all this flirting?
I didn't mean to, you know, I was just...
That's what I thought. Later, Lieutenant.
Later.
But, you know, Vega is actually very brave because he's letting a Batarian tattoo his back without a mirror.
Welcome to Batarian State Arms. Thank you for your patronage.
If you were a Batarian tattooing someone's back, what would you write?
I recognize you. You're Commander Shepard.
And you must be Tactus. Heard the refugees consider you their leader.
Yes, someone needs to sort out this mess. CSEC has tightened access to the Citadel, and we've got desperate people down here with no place to go.
I also hear you need basic medical supplies. Dr. Chakwas spoke of a mutually beneficial trade.
I tried to be clear. In my experience, the Alliance looks out for their own. Trust is a hard thing to come by these days. I know you need our military supplies, but they're worth far more than your basic meds. Her offer wasn't satisfactory.
Angry Cat, the Batarians seem to be very, I don't know, mean. Like, they're standoffish, they're slavers, they're not really a member of the... Like, that's the reason why essentially they've been wiped out, is that they're completely isolated from everyone. So in addition to the fact that they probably have more, given that they probably have a fairly large chip on their shoulders at this particular moment, in general, they definitely seem to be, they seem to be the sort of person who would, you'd not want to get a permanent marking from. Also, there was that guy who's like, you're a blight, and you're a blight, and you're a blight. I kind of think he's representative of the entire race.
Your people need our supplies, and my people need every edge we can get. Your combat-grade meds will make a difference. And our mission may just save everyone. Now's not the time for pettiness or mistrust.
With our day-to-day worries, it's easy to forget we are all in this together. I'll have my people contact yours. You'll have your supplies as soon as possible.
So, like, that's not a bad example. I'm not entirely sure a shepherd that is trying to unite the galaxy and has seen Javik.
I'm waiting.
Waiting? Waiting for who?
For my parents. They put me on the
Oh, this is just looping?
and said to wait for them here. They'll come find me as soon as they can.
I guess this is a safe enough place. If anyone bothers.
I was kind of hoping that that would get a different resolution. The race is made up of people. Yeah, exactly. So, like, to me, one other thing about some of the Paragon options are that, like, I've seen Javik. I know what happens in the case of a race that feels that sort of you achieve order or you achieve peace through the conquest of everyone else. You know, it's kind of, I don't want to say it's tropey, but it's definitely kind of a staple of a lot of science fiction that, you know, diversity is our strength. This is one, you know, the adaptability of the human race. However you want to sort of look at this particular angle, like, this is a pretty common thing that comes up, and it definitely has been a feature in Mass Effect. So, given that the overall mission for Shepard is to unite the galaxy against the Reapers, and given that we've been given probably the clearest possible example of what a my way or the highway conclusion looks like, it doesn't necessarily seem to me as being like overly goody two shoes to say, you know, hey, I'm, you know, we're all in this together. Let's, you know, let's solve this like civilized people. You know, a lot of the renegade options definitely seem inconsistent with what the actual objective is. It's one of the reasons why I sort of resist the tendency to say, you know, it's a Paragon playthrough. Because if I think a renegade option is consistent with the character I'd want to play, I'll take it. But on the other hand, I sometimes tend to think that some of the renegade options are very inconsistent with how I actually see the character playing. Time for bed here. Have a nice stream. No problem at all, Alkanu. Thank you very much for stopping by, and also for the host.
My personality matrix can predict what the real Commander Shepard would say with 7% accuracy.
Hey, I've assumed full control of Eclipse, and we're committed to moving forward with Aria.
Okay, we at least got a little bit done down here.
Spectre status recognized. One moment, please. Now arriving at Presidium Embassy.
Hell of a view, isn't it?
During our war, this place became a myth to my people. A dream glimpsed only in the memory shards. The Citadel was both the heart of our civilization and its demise.
The Reapers hit here first, didn't they?
No one I knew had ever seen the Citadel. To be here now, I don't know what to think.
It might not seem like much, but a Prothean is standing on the Citadel alive. That's a victory in itself.
Perhaps. When things were at their darkest, we used to tell stories, imagining the wonders of this place. The seat of our empire. The power to sway worlds. The galaxy belonged to us.
Nowadays, a lot of races have embassies here.
It's true then. You share power with the rest?
It's not perfect, but it's kept the peace. Most of the time.
Pardon me. This one has been listening. This one suspects you are a Prothean.
Athena, I remember your kind when you were still minnows in the ocean.
This one is unworthy. This one has seen the face of an enkindler.
They consider your kind to be their gods.
A pity we did not teach them to speak better.
You're really a Prothean?
I am.
But if you lost the last war, what hope do we have?
For many, there may be no hope. The Reapers killed trillions in my cycle. The odds of being among the living...
I don't think that's gonna work.
But you are still alive now. That alone is a miracle. And you still have the power to fight. My people knew your kind when you were young. Turian, Asari, Hana. There was potential in all of you. Now you must seize that potential and become the weapon you are meant to be. The weapon that tells the Reapers we are not machines. We are alive, and we will fight back.
Thank you. That meant a lot. Commander Shepard, it must be an honor to have a Prothean fighting alongside you.
He's starting to learn his way around. Javik is one of the best soldiers I've ever seen.
The commander is a capable warrior as well, for a human who once lived in caves. Thank you, Commander. I've enjoyed my time here, walking among the young. I will see you back on the Normandy.
What is the most mad scientist thing an economist could do / did? Okay, so the thing to keep in mind with this is that pretty much every ideal experiment that an economist could do sounds like a mad scientist experiment. So like usually if you want a good example of a trend in certain...
Thank you again, Earth Clan. Our military strength is minimal, but we are proud to help as we can.
So there's been this thing kind of called like the credibility revolution in econometrics. And it's not the only method, and I think there are some people who make some really valid criticisms of it. Particularly Angus Deaton, who I think it's like 2 Nobel Prizes ago. So I can't... the names of the current winners escape. It was like an auction thing, but their names escape me at the moment. I think last year it was Duflo and Banerjee. And I think before... No, wait. Before that it was like Romer and Nordhaus. Anyways, Angus Deaton was... Yeah, so I guess it's like 3 or 4 years ago now. Angus Deaton's a Nobel Prize winner. And he's written a couple of good criticisms of this style of inference. But like, if you imagine an ideal as kind of like a medical trial of, you know, you randomly assign the treatment to one group of people, and then you give the other, or one half, randomly assigned half, and the other random half you give like a placebo. Basically, the random assignment is what allows you to sort of say, this is the effect of the medication. The thing is that this is an ideal in most economic contexts because we're not actually able to design those experiments and run them. It would be remarkably costly, for instance, if policymakers in Canada said, you know, it'd be a really good experiment, like, let's turn off the stock market for a year and see how important it is for the economy. Chances are we would not have that much of an economy left by the end of the year to see what restoring it would do. So just because you can't do it doesn't mean that you shouldn't imagine what a perfect experiment would look like. But as it happens, there's plenty of examples of like really wild or bizarre sort of recommendations made by economists in the past. The one I'm particularly thinking of is the Rand Corporation. I mean, I suppose there's an argument as to whether or not this counts as an economics application, but it was in an I heard the story in an econometrics journal, so I think it counts. But basically, they were hired to come up with a strategy for optimal strategy for sort of a first strike in the Cold War. So if the U.S. wanted to drop a nuke, or well, if they like, it's not just drop a nuke. If they wanted to like open up on the Soviet Union, how could they do it and minimize the retaliation? And I've told this story before, but basically the recommendation that they came up with was to use so many like outdated, I can't remember, was it propeller planes or something like that? I can't remember the exact name of the type of plane, but these really, really old planes. And in fact, so many of them that there were not enough bombs to be carried in them. Like the majority would actually not be carrying any payloads at all. But essentially the plan was to overwhelm Soviet air defenses so that the payloads would land on their targets. Needless to say, the Pentagon was not amused when this item was presented. And of course, to you and I, it's fairly easy to see where that analysis went wrong. It simply didn't assign value to the life of a pilot. So, you know, you can see where the cost-benefit analysis told them that you want a low-cost plane. You can see where the analysis would tell them it's not viable to... or, I mean, maybe there's just not enough fissile material to be able to produce that many bombs. But basically, like, you can really see the logic in the material. But, you know, as you were saying a little bit earlier, right? Coming up with values for stuff is really hard. Trying to quantify the quality of a game is hard enough. And generally the worst that we get is our time wasted. You know, someone doesn't die if we get it wrong with a game. So when you come up with human lives, you want to be a little bit more careful. But in their case, they didn't have a value for human life in the equation, and so as a result, it was a very disposable element. And the result. But yeah, so I mean, this was a serious proposal given to the Department of Defense, and presumably, had the Department of Defense really said, well, we're technocrats, we accept what the science tells us, no matter how crazy it seems, there would have been people who would have had to potentially follow through on those orders. So that's probably my go-to example of economic mad science.
I hoped you'd come. I won't remain here much longer.
What are you doing on the Citadel, Samara?
I suppose I came to say goodbye. Falair is safe, and Rila is at rest. I felt the need to speak to you before heading to battle. I want you to know there is no one else I'd rather see leading us in our last hours.
These aren't our last hours. I'm fighting this war to win it.
No doubt, but you can't deny that the galaxy will be forever changed once it ends. Even I can't predict how. A little humbling, but perhaps that's a good thing.
What are the other Justicars doing for the war?
Most have made it home. They will attempt to hold Thessia. With the odds we face, it's possible our order will no longer exist after this war.
There's that few of you?
Our numbers were never great. We must prepare to sacrifice ourselves, if that is what's required.
Was being a Justicar worth it if that's how it all ends?
The Justicars were formed to bring order to a world that laughs at the notion. The role is solitary, Its demands are lonely and uncompromising, often to the point of pain. But following the code left me with no regrets. Take that for what you will.
You know, I never asked you if your code has anything useful on fighting Reapers.
Yeah,
Treat
we've
them
just
as
been sitting
any
on
other
it.
enemy. Show no quarter, mercy, or weakness. The only difference is the scale of our foe. The code is too strict to account for such small discrepancies.
Is that how you see it too?
You yourself killed a Reaper on the Citadel, and then another on Tuchanka. I can only follow such bravery.
Yeah, Angry Cat. And I mean, the other challenge with that too is that it doesn't. So I mean, again, I'm sorry that so much of this reflects the reading that I've been doing lately. But you know, I've been working through the Republic, and it's not my first exposure to ancient philosophy. But you know, you have the arguments between, a hedonistic view of the world. Where you can sort of say pleasure is the highest good. I actually think there's a lot to be said for this point of view. It doesn't. I think the problem is that can often get confused for the idea that the answer is excess, because I think the really interesting insight of something like, say, Epicurus is the idea that you have sort of this diminishing marginal utility, if I want to use an economic term. And so if what you're doing is you're pursuing the next big hit, you will constantly be pursuing that. You're never going to be satisfied. And as a result, you're not necessarily, you are not maximizing your pleasure. You're actually setting yourself up for quite a bit of disappointment. So what's interesting here is that this particular view, like the underlying premise is a really interesting one, that actually deep down you do care about pleasure, and all you need is a really wicked eye infection to disabuse you of any notions that this isn't the most important thing, right? It's when we have all those other needs that are taken care of that we're under the illusion that maybe something else matters. But of course, that's very different from saying that you give in to every last whim. Then, of course, you have quite a number of alternative views which say that, in fact, there is quite a bit more to life than just how good you feel. And that, in fact, you can live a very good life, even if at no individual point you can really say, I'm feeling pretty good right now. And I mean, there's arguments for that as well. One can make the arguments like, well, if you consider how like, oh crap, I can't remember. I think Valeria I still need to do, but I'll finish the thought here. Sorry, I do need to regain my train of thought though. Yeah, so like exercise. So even if you think about exercise, there's two ways that people will look at this. One will say it's like, well, if you like really get into exercise and you do it really regularly, there is in fact this thing that makes you feel really good. Or at the very least, by the end of it, you feel very good, even if at the moment you feel like hell. I suppose, like, to a certain extent, right, people still become Olympic athletes, and they definitely don't get paid very well. And the kind of sacrifice that you make in order to reach that level is very high. And certainly the amount of training that you need to go through in the moment is nothing that any sane person looking to, maximize their feeling of pleasure would necessarily ever want to go through. And yet there is, plenty of people who seem to want to do exactly that. So what's interesting about you know, when you're talking about the idea of measuring neurotransmitters and such, on its own, embedded in that is actually already a statement as to, you know, what the good life is, or what, you know, what our purpose is, or something along those lines. So, I gain great satisfaction in reading stuff like Plato, but I'm not reading the Republic and imagining in the background that I'm some secret philosopher king, if only, you know, people would pay attention to me. I would probably say that I'm reading that book for pleasure. But yeah, I mean, it's a hard one because, I suppose if you could, like, what's interesting about it from a quantitative point of view is presumably if you could quantify the good life, you've sort of, it's almost begging the question, like, because you've already got your definition, which you're then quantifying, there's the question as to whether or not you necessarily need the measurement. You can. I mean, there's also incidentally plenty of effort. Like, if you look at some of the stuff the UN puts out, like, there are efforts to come up with measures of happiness. But again, the question would be, is happiness necessarily the thing you're looking for? Is that necessarily what you're trying to, I guess, accomplish, for lack of a better term? But when you come down to the neurotransmitters one, that's kind of when I think to a certain extent, you run into these kind of thought experiments of, like, you know, if the Matrix was real, if you were able to put yourself into the Matrix, and instead of becoming a battery for the robots, like, you did it specifically because you wanted to live in this utopia. Or there's another variation of this. It's like, you know, it's this perfect pleasure machine. You will have the option of extracting yourself from it, but we should let you know no one who has had that option has ever come back. They've never chosen to turn it off. Would you still do it? Even then, like, what's usually embedded in those kinds of ideas is that the thing that you're measuring is in fact, well, I mean, that thought experiment is kind of designed to try and find out whether or not your definition of the good life is in fact what you say it is. But that was kind of what I took a while to get around to it. But, like, that's the challenge with the idea of the types of measurements that you do. Like, we already have a number of tools that we can use to try and infer how much people value things or how much enjoyment they get out of them. You know, when people say, oh, you know, Mass Effect Andromeda, you know, what a disaster that was. No one liked that game. All I can do is look at the number of people who bought it and didn't return it, and then also look at the number of people who have played it before and play it today and don't do it ironically, and say, well, nobody's putting a gun to these people's head. I guess there are, in fact, people who enjoy it and find it a good game. So, you know, even then, like, I don't need to look into someone's soul to understand that. I just need to see the choice that they make in day to day. So, no real choices one way or the other. I'm happy. I like Tali as a character a whole lot, but I'm not gonna.
Will Falere be all right in the monastery?
I'm assuming that we're gonna run into her.
We spoke for some time.
The next mission.
It won't be easy, but if there is a way to survive, Falere will find it. It was good to see her again. Perhaps it's unseemly for a Justicar to dwell so much on her family.
I'm just happy things worked out.
I was fortunate that Falere saw things so clearly. And it would have turned out quite differently without your intervention. Thank you.
Good luck out there, Samara.
You as well. I don't know if you believe in such things, But Goddess go with you, Shepard. We'll both be tested in fire soon enough.
Look, I filled out all the forms you requested and jumped through every hoop. I don't even know where Nyota is, and I'm gonna be deployed soon, too. Everyone's been called back to active duty since Earth was attacked.
I understand, but...
I can't leave my daughter here alone. I need to send her back to Thessia.
I think we've already got this dialogue done.
These things are very complicated, and usually take a very long time. It's even worse with everything going on right now. I'm very sorry. If you can't accept a fostering by proxy until her file is processed, there's nothing more I can do.
I'd love it if a real conversation also allowed you to stand still and silent for 10 minutes and not see where, you know what I mean, in the game. I don't know if Bailey's going to have anything new to say to me, but...
So many pieces to put back together since the Cerberus attack. We're reeling from the implications. Udina in league with Cerberus trying to murder the Council. These are dark days for all of us.
So I thought that they would stick on Bailey on that. That was another example of some of the weird focus in this game. So it looks like Bailey is just a little soft in his focus, but the coffee machine behind him is in like perfect focus. And I don't know if that's a mistake or a choice or what, because like that soft focus in particular almost looks like you've got a certain type of filter in front of the camera. So they could just be going for like a cinematic look, but...
Thought you'd be in the hospital.
If I'm breathing...
Yeah, like, look at that.
Probably the worst I've ever been hurt. Fitting, I guess, given the state of the galaxy. But if Cerberus thinks a few slugs is gonna keep me out of action, they've got another thing coming.
So, like, the way Bailey looks on its own, like, you know, not to be unkind, but you know, sometimes when you have somebody with kind of the pockmarks and that, you know, it's not bad to put a small diffusion filter on, so it doesn't look like, you know, it doesn't look like you put Vaseline on the lens, but you're maybe, you know, Hollywooding it up a little bit. So I can kind of see, like, to a certain extent, I was like, oh, that's a really interesting choice. Like, they're really making it look like they had a camera crew in to shoot the kind of the galaxy's last stand against the Reapers. But then, like, in that same shot in the background, you can kind of see the CSEC logo in perfect focus. And I'm like, oh, maybe just like the point of focus has been hit in the wrong area. And it happens enough in this game that I'm wondering, like, what the deal is.
Can this station be defended?
The internal security breaches have been patched, but we're dangerously low on manpower. We're grilling our own people and trying to figure out if Udina acted alone, but it's time-consuming. All in all, we're still vulnerable, but I think we've taken the right steps.
All that time you were working for Udina, did you ever suspect?
Always rubbed me a little wrong. Still, that traitorous bastard upped me. Probably made me for an idiot. I guess I proved him right.
He's dead and you're still here, Bailey.
Thanks to you. If you hadn't shown up, Udina and Cerberus would be dancing on my grave.
You hear anything about your family out there?
Not a peep. Always believed I'd get a chance to tell my ex-wife a few things. And my kids on Earth. I was supposed to visit them. First vacation in years, but I had to cancel when I got promoted.
Don't give up hope, Bailey.
Thanks, Shepard. I'm really trying not to think about it.
So, Doctors, I have not played Fallout, but my understanding is yes, it is. I know him as as like a flesh and blood actor. He's Michael Hogan, and I know him from Battlestar Galactica. He plays Colonel Ty. So the worst thing is because I never heard the character for the longest time. I did not hear the character's name pronounced. I always thought it was Tig, but it's Ty apparently. But he's a Canadian actor, which, yay Canada. But yeah, when we had this conversation before, well, not you and I obviously, but in the where everybody was talking about where they heard the name from, but apparently he does have a role in Fallout New Vegas. He's also in Elder Scrolls 5. I think he's like in the opening cinematic.
How does the Citadel fit into the war now?
The war finally found us. This is so far beyond our imagination, and we have been trained to expect the unexpected. Since the coup attempt, folks are shutting down and shutting in. I hear a lot of praying and crying. They're saying this is the war to end all wars. Well, I haven't seen anything to say they aren't right.
No time for rest. Good luck, Bailey.
Yeah, you too, Shepard.
Oh yeah, well, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a fact. It happens to be what I know him from. So, but yeah, I believe it's the same. I think we're talking about the same guy. I just need to couch my statements with a little uncertainty, just because I haven't actually had the experience myself. But unless one of you ran in.
Good to see you're all right, Shepard.
Miranda, what's going on?
Couldn't meet in person. The Citadel is too dangerous right now. I heard about the attempted coup.
Yeah, with Kai Lang's help, Udina nearly seized control.
Kai Lang? That slippery bastard's still alive?
He's alive and right in the middle of all this.
That complicates things. I'll be on my guard. Look, I don't have much time, but I wanted to tell you that my sister, Oriana, went missing.
Missing? What happened?
My father somehow found her and kidnapped her. Right off the street. If he's done anything to her, I'll kill him.
Miranda.
Shepard, listen. I'm being hunted by Cerberus assassins. A lot of them. I need to stay out of sight.
What? Why?
I heard a rumor. Maybe more, that my father is working on something for the elusive man. Something big.
Okay, one thing I get. Good lord, why? Okay, no, I know why, but subtlety. Okay, you can't take a camera angle like that and not be called out on it. So speaking of actors, I found out that the actress who plays Miranda is, so I didn't make this connection right away because she doesn't have the same accent in this TV show, but she plays Commander Waterford's wife, Serena Waterford, in The Handmaid's Tale, the TV show adaptation. And what I actually really appreciate about how...
Why would your father be working with the elusive man? Especially now.
My father is ruthless about preserving his legacy.
Legacy?
He has an obsession with making his mark in history, ensuring his dynasty lasts forever.
And you think the elusive man made him an offer?
Exactly.
So, one thing that actually really made me appreciate a lot of the work that went into Miranda is that, again, it was tough to make the connection. I think I was looking for who played Serena Waterford, but her mannerisms, like just sort of the way she carries herself and some of the facial expressions, they've really, really captured that in this. I was surprised because, like, normally you just associate it with people's voices, and I can tell you that, like, Commander Bailey does not have a lot of the characteristics of Michael Hogan. I don't remember the actress's name offhand, but like she does. If you go and take a look for photos, you know, you're not immediately going to say, "Oh, that's Miranda." But like, if you watch some scenes of her acting live, and you watch some of the scenes of Miranda in Mass Effect, you can pretty much make the closer connection. It's really, like, they did a really good job on this, even given the fact that obviously this looks like an older game, and, you know, if we were to have if Bioware were to put out a game that had models that looked like this, they would probably be under new management. Anyways.
Whatever's going on with your father can't be good. We have to figure this out.
I agree, but I need to do this myself. It's time I stopped running from him.
You're sure?
Yes. I can't think straight until I know Ari is safe.
Be careful.
I can't promise that, Shepard. Could you?
No. I couldn't.
All right, transfer authorization, Private Talavi. Private Talavi has requested a transfer to a unit actively engaged against Reaper hostiles. A note from Sergeant Olembe says that Private Talavi is an exceptional engineer, recommending her for duty on a team set to sabotage Reaper processing centers. Spectre authorization would fast-track this request. I don't remember. I think this is the person who's talking in the docking bay. Anyways. Location for Din Korlak. Volus Ambassador Din Korlak's current location is unknown. Biometric analysis does not detect him at any public location at this time. His last known position was an office suite near the human embassy. Well, just as well that we're here, because I would probably have forgotten to check. Wait, Turian-specific toxin. Turian general was injured while defending civilians during the Cerberus attack on the Citadel. He is now at Huerta Memorial Hospital, but his injury has been complicated by the use of a toxin developed specifically for Turian physiology. A former Alliance researcher is willing to sell data on a similar toxin, which was developed in the case of a war with Palaven. To avoid diplomatic embarrassment, any information obtained in this manner should be treated as if discovered at a Cerberus facility. Well, that's a lot easier than I thought that was going to be. I mean, Angry Cat, I can definitely understand the decision to do specific, sort of specific angles or specific appearances. I'm just thinking like the really gratuitous posterior shot of Miranda, especially given her outfit. Like I said, subtlety sometimes. Sometimes carries the day. All right, so they said it was a terminal near the human embassy, but it doesn't actually seem that I can interact with any of these. Just do one more. I have noticed a couple of times I've missed terminals just because I didn't walk up close enough, but yeah, this is a great little bit of animation, by the way. It's a little funny sometimes when you like walk by and I'm able to find out a lot of detail about this soldier and her wife and the effort to try and like get the kid back to the Asari homeworld. And then you'll have this animation of somebody being like really like frustrated, and like you can you basically see the effects of the I'm gonna chat with him in just a second. You can see the effects of the war, right? Like tensions are running high. People who are in a service role are letting the pressure get to them. The environmental storytelling in this stuff is great, but it is a little bit weird where you'll overhear so many conversations, but the person who's like like even from here, right, you can see that is not a friendly conversation going on, but you don't actually get to hear any of it.
Was the Volus ambassador here earlier?
Yes, he was, Commander.
I need in. Spectre business.
I'll unlock the office when you're ready.
Mind you, I also think this game would not be any better if we had recorded dialogue for that. So it's just it's one of these ones where it feels a little weird.
never been this uncooperative with us before, Ambassador.
That's because you were actually doing some good in the galaxy before.
Has that changed? How many colonies would be gone if we hadn't taken action against the Collectors?
Too many. But fighting the Alliance
must continue in order to end the war. We understand it took a lot for you to reach out to Cerberus, Ambassador Korlak. We ask that you trust us a little longer.
You people are monsters!
Ambassador, please.
Hundreds dead. Udina betraying the Council. I should have cut ties with you ages ago.
And what will that accomplish now? The risks you took by passing information to Cerberus, it's left you in an interesting position. If you sever contact, we can't protect you from the consequences.
I have no time for this.
We'll speak again. Have a good day, Ambassador Korlak.
The Turians think I'm still working for Cerberus. They've put a price on my head. I can't go to CSEC, but Cerberus has plans. An entire Turian colony rests on my life. If anyone finds this, I hid a tracking receiver in the office suite beside the human embassies. And what are you...
Damn, Cerberus has them everywhere nowadays.
You're gonna go on about them all night.
Just get the car up here quick. Little bastard's even heavier than he looks.
Saeed?
I was not expecting that twist. So I'm assuming I'm supposed to find the tracking thing he said he hid. By the way, when I played Mass Effect 2 for the...
How long till we killed Korlak?
Once the credits go through, was beginning to think you weren't interested in the money.
I'm not. Because Korlak worked for Cerberus? What'd they do to you? None of your goddamn business. He waking up?
This is Commander Shepard. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
Tell me where you are.
We're still near the Presidium. CSEC
How did you
check
get in here?
Selfish Arms when they
Oh, it's a
realize I'm
different
missing.
room.
They won't give a damn when they realize you sold them out to Cerberus.
Wait. Cerberus is planning to attack a colony that...
Stay calm. Help's coming.
Now arriving at Presidium Commons.
I mean, they say help's coming, but I got some side quests to
Saeed
do.
used to work for Cerberus. Ask him why he's here.
Why go after your old employer, Saeed? Now you know my name, all of a sudden.
Good question.
So when I first played Mass Effect 2, which is the first Mass Effect game I ever played, I wasn't really familiar with the concept of DLC. Again, it's worth remembering there was like this big gap where I didn't play any games. So I wasn't aware that there was like more material for the game. So when I played Mass Effect 2 on stream, I would like, it wasn't exactly, it was a whole new game, but I was really confused by these characters showing up that didn't seem like I had no recollection of. Of course, by then I'm familiar with DLC, and I'm like, oh, okay, so there was extra stuff for Mass Effect. But to me, like, getting Mass Effect meant you had Mass Effect. Like, there wasn't multiple versions. And of course now, like, we take that for granted, but it's weird the perspective that you get.
Thank you, Earth Clan. My people are still afraid, but they are remembering who they are.
Just going to take a quick minute here to make sure that there isn't anything... I mean, the enhanced scope...
At Kanala Exports, we believe that a peaceful heart
is a strong heart.
Maybe. I'll buy it for the option.
We appreciate your visit.
I probably should just buy all of this, but...
Combine arsenal supplies. Thank you. Come again.
I think I know which project you mean, and I've got a Hesperia period statue in Bay D24.
Commander Shepard, that's excellent news. I'll have it sent to that project right away. Thank you so much for your help.
One thing I will say that's a little weird for me for the solutions. I thought that the black market artifacts was going to be sort of like a moral dilemma. So there's, you know, you're given this arms dealer, and in order to be able to access their stock, they say it's like, okay, well, you gotta pay up, and I'm not interested in money. I want artifacts. So I'm like, okay, well, this is kind of neat because we also need artifacts for the, you know, we need the artifacts for the secret project. We're gonna the Crucible. Perhaps, you know, perhaps we're, you know, we're gonna have to make an interesting choice here. But then as soon as I got the item black market artifacts, I'm like, well, turns out the dilemma is, do I want to go on this side quest or not? I'm just going to pause for that because I noticed there's like 2 open, so I might have misread what this... Actually, maybe the journal will say. Okay, so it's not updating this. I'm a little worried that I misread it and that I have to pick one of these doors.
Damn, wrong door. We need you alive to stop Cerberus.
Cerberus is after a Turian colony. Kill me, and they get it.
Drop my name.
Shepard's investigating. She's a recent acquaintance.
How recent?
Very.
Shit. Alright, I'm listening.
Been a while, Zaid.
Shepard. Glad I wasn't just making an ass of myself over a hunch. Undisciplined bastards. This is what I get for signing up at the last minute.
Where's Korlak?
I'm here, Commander. You saved my life. I almost died because the Turians thought I was still with Cerberus.
Did those mercs hurt you?
I'm fine. They wanted me alive until the fees were delivered for my capture. They didn't care about what I had to say.
You kept mentioning a colony in your message.
Information on a Turian planet's defense system. They'll strike soon. But if I tell you which planet they're attacking, Cerberus will know I turned traitor.
Turn? You already betrayed your own people.
We saved your life. Tell us what planet you put in danger.
I can offer a bargain. The Volus bombing fleet. In tactical terms, it's worth far more than a colony.
Or you could give us both.
You can warn the Turians there'll be an attack, Commander. That should be general enough to ward off suspicion.
You tried to do the right thing before. It failed because you trusted the wrong people. Now here's your chance to make up for it. You're giving us Volus support, and you're going to help us make Cerberus pay for using you.
I can't.
You can.
Waste of everyone's time trying to appeal to a Volus' better nature, Shepard.
Aphis. The colony's name is Aphis. Cerberus wants its shipyards.
And the bombing fleet?
Yes, it's yours, Commander. I'll speak with Citadel Security about this incident. You have my thanks.
Took him long enough to spit that out.
Zaid, what are you doing here?
Later. Seasick's on their way. Won't be too pleased with the mess we left them. Catch up with me at the docks if you like.
I'm trying to pin where I know that voice from, but I think the problem is that I've seen enough, like, movies from, like, the early 2000s that, like, gruff British badass is kind of a character type that a lot of people do. I don't know. Has this guy been in anything, like, really well known? If anybody knows. Again, I'm doing these wider circuits just to try and pick up on any details that I miss. I know I'm going to be heading to the weapons merchant, so the general we'll talk to after we deliver the black market goods.
Her name is Tasha Poray. Of course. P-O-R-A-E.
She doesn't know
No,
she's
I
a widow
realize
yet.
You can't tell me.
Weshra, I have an audio log for you.
For me? Where did this come? Oh no. Oh, Tasha. Thank you for bringing this back. At least I know what happened.
Welcome to Casa Fabrication Weaponry.
Again, just a quick peek.
All goods have been marked down with our special wartime discount.
Proceeds from all purchases go to help our men and women
Casa
serving in the
Fabrication
Alliance.
Weaponry hasn't forgotten Earth. Neither should you.
Welcome to Nosastra Sporting Goods. Good hunting.
You sure you don't want to do something a little more exciting?
I love this part of the Presidium. It reminds me of where I grew up.
Where's that?
Armali, back on Thessia. My mother and I lived beside a park. I spent hours there.
Doing what?
Reading, exploring, getting in trouble digging for ruins in the grass.
You're kidding.
I was very young.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cute.
No one else thought it was funny. Oh, the lecture my mother gave me. But she did buy me my first history book the next day. I miss her, Shepard.
What was she like?
She was confident and kind. She loved to wear yellow. I thought she was the most beautiful woman in the world.
You'll be okay, Liara.
Maybe you're right. Thank you, Shepard. I feel better. I wish we could spend more time together like this. Just friends.
It'd be nice. And who knows? Maybe you'll settle down after this.
You don't really see me going into civilian life, do you?
No. But I guess that's one more reason we should keep in touch.
Someone to share a few secrets with now and then?
You got it.
Welcome to Agor Munitions.
I don't know if I've got mods on my pistol. I feel like I do.
All local government restrictions when purchasing protective equipment. Remember, all purchase. Welcome to Cipertine Armory.
Professional grade equipment at reasonable prices. That's Cipertine.
Thank you for shopping at Cipertine Armory.
Here, I've got some pieces for you.
Done deal, Commander. Check in with General Oraka. You'll see I'm making CSEC very happy.
But yeah, so that one was kind of interesting. I mean, again, I don't mean to... I realize that sometimes I sound like overly critical on very minor details. It's just sort of interesting to take what I like there's some cases where Mass Effect 3 sort of zigs where I think it's about to zag. So for instance, Mass Effect has, a story and dialogue, and generally when you run into, okay, so it's not the only game with story and dialogue, but like this is a big feature for it, right? The amount of time that you spend talking with people is as interesting and as important as the time that you spend doing the action sequences. So generally when you see stories like that, you sort of think that if there's a chance to have a problem, if there's a problem that shows up, you're going to be given an opportunity to solve it, and usually there's going to be a few changes along the way. Certainly, like those have been the most interesting ones. So like we'll think about the mission that we did last time we played this game. You go and it's like, oh, it's a monastery for Ardat Yakshi, so we're going to see what's happening inside here. That's interesting. And of course, it's gone dark. I wonder what happened. Of course, we know the Reapers are going to be there, so no real surprises. But then you run into Samara, and it's like, okay, it's actually my daughter's here. And, all of the baggage that comes along with that, especially if you've played Mass Effect 2. And I'm like, okay, now I'm really interested. And then, you go down that journey, and you have, there's the interesting dilemma, right? You now have the first time you meet Samara, she's pursuing one of her daughters who has chosen to become a predator, who, unlike these others, has decided that she's going to pursue her own ends, no matter what that cost is. And you see her put them down. And so, again, you sort of think like this is the thing that I really love about Mass Effect, and when I think this game is at its strongest. You kind of think where the dilemma is going to go, right? You're going to be said, well, you need something to fight the Reapers with. If these people die, they could be turned into, or I guess I don't know if it's if they die or if they're just converted. But anyways, clearly these Ardat Yakshi can be turned into very powerful enemies. And so not only are you denying the Reapers this asset, but you're enhancing your own ability to fight the Reapers. But again, if you've played for Mass Effect 2, you know that there is a cost. You know that this is kind of the shame of the Asari race. And there's a reason why they're locking these people away in monasteries. Well, some of them, as they say, there's a spectrum. But that's not the dilemma that it faces you with at the very end. Instead, Samara is potentially going to kill herself because she can't bear to murder another daughter. And again, that's really surprising. It leads you to a satisfying ending. And so you can sort of see the start of something like that with this Prothean relic. Well, I guess I don't know if it specifically said relic, but you've got General Oraka. So you're being told is like, okay, well, you need to, in order to get Aria's support, you need to do this thing for a mercenary group. And generally, if you're getting into bed with these criminal organizations, they're going to want you to do something that you're uncomfortable with. It's really interesting to see those two Solarians in the background in perfect sync. Slightly eerie, but kind of fun. So again, it's interesting. You get all of these different choices. We took a visit to the CSEC prison. We said, all right, well, let's just see how bad this, just how bad is this person we're about to release? And you have an interview with them, and it turns out, oh, okay, they're actually really that bad. They're not making, Bailey isn't making it up when he said that this person is nuts. And so one way you can solve that is to promote their junior and leave them to rot in the cell. Again, a different solution than what you're expecting at the very start of that little quest line. It's not that it's a long thing, but it goes in a different direction than you necessarily wanted. So I was sort of thinking on that one. It's like, okay, interesting dilemma, right? Do you there's a known person who you've helped before, right? You meet Oraka when he's in a bad place in a previous game. And so you have that investment in someone that you've already put some effort into. But on the other hand, like, you are potentially diverting resources that would be used for the war effort towards this individual trader for, like, the question becomes, is the Prothean relic worth the support of this mercenary group and worth saving the general? Or do you maybe let the general be eliminated by Arya in order to get the mercenary support? So it's weird every once in a while in a game that does a good job of presenting these dilemmas and coming up with interesting solutions for them, to have this particular one when you're dealing with one of the more interesting elements of the Mass Effect universe, Prothean relics, to just have it be, oh no, you get the black market ones on this planet. You were dealing with the legit ones. The black market ones for the Solarian are over here, and that was the solution to it. So I didn't mean to get as much mileage out of that as I did.
Stabilized? Really? That is wonderful news, my sister. You wish to name the first hatched after the one who helped us? I think that's a wonderful idea.
So having invested so much time into talking about this, I'm going to...
Found another one. Yeah, the guys in Zakara did too. Disarmed their safe.
Commander Shepard, I was just contacted by a black
Besides a
market
rocket,
dealer
not a
who's
car.
donating high-end weapons to CSEC. He wanted you to know. Sounds like you came through.
And the Blue Suns can go about their business.
Now we'll be focusing on Citadel defense. It won't bring Palaven back, but it's something. Thank you, Commander.
All right. The good news is we're knocking down a lot of these side quests. So even if I'm being a little too chatty, I really do want to try and get the Corian mission done before the end of the stream. And I know I'm getting short on time, but I definitely know there's a lot that's getting cleared out. So I don't feel too bad about it. We definitely need to stop by Purgatory though, so we can see where we're going with Arya.
Will your new heavy armor keep you safe? I've watched reports on some of the things you're fighting.
Well, it won't stop a Reaper, but an extra second of shielding can be life or death.
So Vortex makes good shield capacitors?
The best. They don't skimp on plating either. Love it.
Sounds like you want to get back out there to try it out.
You know, a little. Can't wait to show it off to the team. Maybe I can take a point more often now.
I know we've heard this dialogue before. This is probably one of my favorite overheard bits of dialogue in the game. Okay, I have to see this.
Hey, Commander. I was just about to get us another round.
So, looks like you two are having fun.
Yes. Joker has been smiling and laughing at a significantly higher rate since he and I agreed upon a relationship. I mean, he is happier.
It seemed like you two might make a good match.
I was not so certain. When I first presented this body to Jeff, he seemed aloof.
Really? What did Joker say?
He said I didn't have to conform to some feminine ideal in order to impress him. I then called him on his bullshit, and we then proceeded to talk normally. After your encouragement, his attitude exhibited signs of change. He said he was reluctant, but you convinced him to go for it.
I might have helped a little.
I see. Thank you for your support, Shepard. This is proving to be an illuminating experience.
I wonder if, like, so I don't exactly know what the dynamic between sort of some name actor, because like Trisha Helfer isn't exactly a remarkably well-known name. Like I don't really know of her from anything other than Battlestar. But, being able to take, so if you're doing a science fiction game and you're able to get a well-known actor from a well-known series to do something like that, and clearly not the only actor from that show to show up in here, like, I have to assume to a certain extent, there's a certain respect that's afforded the actors. I definitely know, at least as far as film is concerned, like, it didn't matter who it was. The actors were always treated with the utmost respect. And of course, if it was a name, it would be, there's a weird, like, with Christopher Lloyd, there were some people who had like copies of Back to the Future that they wanted him to sign. So, crews are not above being sort of fans. But generally, like, you don't mess with them. So I kind of have to assume it's the same for games. The reason why I'm giving this preamble is that I kind of wonder if an actress like her would be able to come into the recording session and, like, for the first few takes, it's like, okay, so, like, you're playing an AI, and you've just gotten your new more humanoid form.
Wasn't good for business before, but this is war. They're dying for us. I'm not stealing medicine from them.
Your patriotism is touching.
My planet's on fire, asshole. Tell your friend in customs every goddamn package of Metagel better stay where it is. Or maybe CSEC needs to know where their last gun shipment went.
Fine. I'll pass on the word. I think you should finish your drink.
Yeah. I think I should.
Anyways, yeah, so I kind of imagine her in the recording booth, and it's like, hey, you just got your humanoid body, and she does the first, like, few line reads. It's like, Joker was much more impressed when I took on this new form. And then obviously move on from that. But the biggest thing for me would be, if I was in that position, I would actually kind of want to see how long they tolerated me doing that kind of a read before they finally said, it's like, can we maybe try another direction with that? But or I'd just wind up fired.
I recovered some texts from a library in Reaper-controlled space. I can have them waiting for you at Bay D-24 if that would help.
Really? Oh, damn. It couldn't hurt. Thank you. Maybe that's what I'll be sorry to remember how to fight again.
Look who's here. The Blue Suns, Blood Pack, and Eclipse are in my pocket. I'll send them to war when you're ready for them. Is there anything on your mind? Is Darner Voss cooperating with you now? Getting General Araka off the Blue Suns' back did the trick. Voss still thinks he'll be getting me on mine. Idiot. But he's committed his veteran soldiers to me. In turn, I commit them to you. What exactly have I acquired? An army that's willing to fight dirty, to do the things your respectable militaries won't do. Eclipse mechs and Vorcha legions are excellent candidates for vanguards in any ground offensive. Well worth the little song and dance I had you perform, I'm sure. How do you plan on taking Omega back? I think I'm going to employ violence. I'm gonna slap Omega right out of the elusive man's greedy little hands.
Well, that's something later. We can agree with.
I'm sure.
Lady, go back to the store and ask them for the rest of the pants. Maybe she got a discount. Right. I don't know if we accomplished anything there, but I was happy to see Joker and Edie together. I wonder if we'll get to see more. Huerta, I know we needed to turn in the toxin at the very least.
Welcome to Serta. Thank you for shopping.
Hey, Shepard. I'm glad to see you. I know things are crazy right now.
Exactly. So you have to take the moments when you can. What's going on with the Crucible?
That project is crazy. Freaking huge. And all these brilliant minds are working night and day trying to figure it out. I wish you could see them. Heads down, piecing it together. It's something to see. We'll get this crucible built, Shepard. And then, we'll win this thing. I feel it. Do you feel it?
Yeah, sure. I feel it. And I'm counting on you and everyone there. Get it done.
Believe it.
It was interesting to meet Bryn. How is she?
She's great, actually. It's good to see her work without the distraction of having to worry about the colony.
And you and her?
We're having a baby, Shepard.
Wow. Congratulations.
Wasn't exactly planned, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna be a better father than mine was. Do the whole thing right. It's,
One more thing to fight for.
You got that right. Bryn wants to name it after you.
Really?
Yeah. Shepard.
That's nice.
Yeah. I'm gonna talk her out of it. No offense.
The renegade
None
option
taken.
is to shoot him for that,
Good.
right?
So what's going on with you? You still like what you're doing?
Things are good. I'm good.
Still not tempted to come back to the Normandy?
Always tempted, Shepard. But no.
So, you working on the Crucible?
We just said that.
Don't get me wrong. I'm smart, but not that smart. Hackett keeps me busy, though.
How's he doing?
Holding up. If they make old guys any tougher than that, I'd like to see it.
I'm glad we had time to talk.
Me too. Gotta take the moments when you can. So true. And Shepard, thanks again for getting my people out alive.
Take care, Jacob.
You too, Shepard. I'm thinking about you out there. Stay safe.
Right. I don't think there's going to be anything else for me in the in this area, but we'll double check. They've kidnapped Williams.
I overheard what you said. I found this at a Cerberus station. A poison tailored to Turians.
Let me see. Yes, I think this is it. With these schematics, we should be able to come up with an antidote. Thank you. The General might pull through because of this.
Right, I think that's it for Huerta. And I'll admit, thinking about it, I'm not sure there's much for me to do in the Commons.
Spectre status recognized. One moment, please. Now arriving at
Wait, we were here already.
Commons. Spectre status recognized.
So I'll take one more quick second in the Spectre area just to make sure that I don't have any other details that came up while I was doing my rounds. Civilian consultant authorization. An importer-exporter with past convictions for smuggling has offered to gather critical supplies for Alliance forces and civilian medical emergencies. CSEC believes the offer is in good faith and has refused to make an arrest, but is legally restricted from accepting her offer without Spectre authorization. Done. Now we can pull away the extra funding. We'll have a few entries to read on the war assets, but how's our journal? Well, let's save all this progress, because if we're going to spend that much time on the Citadel, I want something to show for it. So what do we have left to do? Yeah, well, I mean, there's still a lot, but so there's a lot of... Wait a minute, didn't we already get this dealt with? I'm going to go back to the refugee camp just in case. What class am I? I can never remember the name. Infiltrator. Wow, that is a lot of Paragon. I have a tendency, if I'm given the option, something that does extreme amounts of damage. Even it doesn't even necessarily have to be a. It doesn't even necessarily have to be something at an exceptionally high fire rate, but ideally I can. But basically, even if I'm not that good at aiming or at headshots or something like that, I like to try and build my skill up to being able to pull that off. And the Infiltrator was kind of consistent with that goal. So. I was almost certain that we talked with someone about the medical supplies. So it sounds like he's got his gambling dialogue going on, but he's getting his tattoo. I kind of want to see if he's going to be delivering. It would help if I went to the right area.
What the hell are you looking at?
Nothing.
Wondered if you'd show up, Shep. Figured you'd be too busy recruiting goddamn armies for this war you're in charge of.
I could always use more help.
I'll bet. I've seen footage of what happened on Earth. Tell you what, I'll see if some old contacts of mine are still around. Can't promise you anything, but if enough of them are still breathing, I can lend a hand.
Who are those people you were with?
Bunch of mercs from Omega. Signed on with them when I heard they were making a hit on Cerberus. Should have studied the job longer.
Oh, that's interesting, Medicus Ray. Yeah,
Who are those people you were with?
Bunch of mercs from Omega. Signed on with them when I heard they were making
I lost the first time I played Mass Effect 2, I lost Grunt. Everybody else got through. But given that I kind of knew what would be a bad result for Grunt, I was able to get everyone to survive the suicide mission in number 2. All right, so it's possible there's some other stuff that I can do on the Citadel that I haven't finished yet, but I think 1 pass of each floor, 2 in the case of the refugee camps, is enough. I'm going to
now arriving at docking bay D24.
This is a relatively small area, so I'm going to do one more quick pass just to make sure.
Briefing, Private. Let's fill you in before the squad arrives. The Alliance is posting us to an Ezo mining facility on Zani. It's a low-gravity planet, toxic atmosphere. You'll be expected to maintain full survival gear. Any questions?
Are we playing security, Sergeant Olenby?
No, Private. We are not.
Actually, here's a question for you guys. I was talking about Starflight. I definitely want to do that on stream at some point, but at the end of this, if we're not finishing too late, would anybody be interested in seeing like a little bit of what it looks like? Oh, does it? Huh.
Thank you again, Commander. appreciate the assist.
I don't remember that. I mean, it was a while ago when I played Mass Effect 2, though, so Dr. Chakva said she'd like to speak with me. All right, let's check our terminal. Met some old friends at Citadel Memorial from Lieutenant Steve Cortez. Shepard, after you left the refugee memorial, I met an old friend who was helping out colonists with logistics. She and her buddies are ex-Alliance pilots, damn good ones, who left the service to build a new life on the frontier. They're homeless now, and when I told them about the forces being collected, they were eager to join. I've attached their contact information to forward to Hackett. Hopefully they can help. Thanks again for helping me through this. I'm feeling good. I think maybe I'll hit Purgatory next trip to the Citadel. Want to join me for some drinks? Steve.
Commander.
Rouge fighter pilots.
Commander.
Hello, Shepard.
Actually, technically, I'm at the end now. You know what? We'll do. I'm gonna do one mission no matter what. But the Starflight.
Commander.
The time with Starflight might be very, very short. All right, for those of you who like the narration, your time has come. Terminus Fleet. The Terminus Fleet is an assortment of mercenary vessels and pirate ships bound together by little more than common geography and a fear of the Reapers. Despite this volatile mix, the fleet seems to be functioning as one under the leadership of the criminal warlord Arya Talok. I have not played. I don't own Crusader Kings 3. I am rather upset at the person responsible for sending out press keys on that one, actually. What will probably happen... So I actually have no interest in buying it. If I do pay for it, I'm probably less inclined to stream it because I put quite a few years into streaming that game. And I'm not sure it's financially viable for me to kind of keep it updated like that. But if I have been considering on getting the Game Pass, which it's available on. So I'll probably wind up trying it then. But yeah, it was one I wasn't given a key for. And my general view is that I don't feel like I'm owed keys. But in the event, specifically if it's like something I'm asking for a key for and ultimately don't get, I don't feel the same need to stream something like that. It's not like a standing order. Like if there's something that I think is a good fit and I'm sufficiently interested in streaming, I can. But you know, even just from a practical point, the Monday Paradox stuff would definitely be stuff that I would want to. You know, I would want to obviously give priority to the stuff that I've been giving keys for, which would be Stellaris and Planetfall and that. But like I said, like the thing is that like this is the reason why I was a little annoyed by it. Like it's something that I've covered long enough that people ask, you know, what my opinion on Crusader Kings 3 is, because that's something that they kind of know me for. And you know, Paradox has grown, so I think there's a certain threshold at which you have to make an evaluation as to whether or not it's worth it's worth giving out a key there. I don't actually think that's what happened, but that's, you know, again, like especially because I'm playing Mass Effect and we know that like Total Biscuit had a really unfortunate rant, particularly like pointing out smaller streamers who were covering a Mass Effect game. The genre of streamer mad that they didn't get a press key for something is a really crappy one, and you know, enough time's gone by that I don't need to spend a lot of time on it. But like the view on this is just like, you know, somebody's got to make a decision to pick the line and pick who sends it out one way or the other. So in and of itself, that's actually not necessarily a problem. But my view on it would be, it's like, okay, well, that means CK is something that I play for pleasure, unless like I wind up playing CK3 and, you know, it really speaks to me in a way that I think it's a particularly good fit. And at that point, I would stream it again there. But at the moment, kind of the feeling of obligation that I have is largely to be able to answer people who ask what I think of it. And at that point, I'm happy to say that I've been given keys for Planetfall. I actually think I have a key for Star Kings. I'm not 100% sure, but assuming I do, we'll be doing more Planetfall for sure. And obviously my time and focus is going to be more on the stuff where, I want to make sure that I'm using those press keys to the, to an extent that I consider to be acceptable coverage of what I was given. So I'll try it at some point, but I'm disappointing a lot of people by not being able to offer opinions on CK3. The Bloodpack's mercenaries have been compared to floods, wildfires, and other calamities. It recruits Krogan and Vorcha, preferably ones with no regard for collateral damage. On the rare occasion when brute force is insufficient, the Bloodpack is willing to deploy weapons of mass destruction normally banned in Citadel space. Updated. This private security group is careful to maintain its image as a professional mercenary force. In reality, the Blue Suns have drifted further and further into becoming a full-blown crime syndicate. Despite this, their ruthless tactics are sought after in the Terminus systems. And finally, the Eclipse Corporation specializes in smart security solutions, developing tactics around surgical strikes, sabotage, and electronic warfare. These mercenaries are supported by a sizable army of combat mechs and rely heavily on tech for support in combat. The Volus bombing fleet. Volus prefer air power in conflicts, counting on the Turians for ground support. They maintain several flotillas of heavy bomber frigates capable of warfare in any atmosphere. Alliance Engineering Corps. The Alliance Engineering Corps cuts roads through mountains and builds bases on asteroids. While the bulk of the AEC has active wartime duties, their brightest are helping build a device of Prothean origin recovered on Mars. Due to the staggering amount of raw materials required, the AEC has been given unprecedented emergency funding for any Alliance resources that will not interfere with the deployment of troops. Updated. Prothean data drives discovered by Sonax Industries have been turned over to Alliance engineers. Updated. The base of Hesperia period statue is covered in Prothean writing. Translations have proven useful to engineers working on the Prothean device. The Alliance Third Fleet, stationed at Arcturus. The Third Fleet is headed by Admiral Nitesh Singh. When the Reapers came for the station, Singh had already pulled his command ship, the SSV Logan, back to an ideal firing position for its mass accelerator cannons. The Dreadnought's guns managed to slow down a destroyer before it could demolish the Third Fleet, but Singh was forced to retreat in face of overwhelming opposition from the Reapers. Updated. The SSV Nairobi is a top-of-the-line cruiser with a showroom finish of a ship just off the factory line. It has never seen warfare. The Nairobi's officers have been running mock battles in preparation for real enemy contact. Updated. The fleet lost a third of its vessels protecting the Council during the Battle of the Citadel 2 years ago. Unfortunately, the Alliance did not have time to rebuild the fleet to its previous strength before the Reapers invaded. Updated. Human forces fighting. Cerberus took losses due in part to a shortage of engineers in the Alliance Third Fleet. Rogue fighter pilots. When humanity began to expand its borders, experienced pilots were needed to establish colonies in the uncharted reaches of space. Some Alliance personnel heeded the call, and these luckless men and women have since been driven out of their colonies by the invading Reapers. After speaking with Lieutenant Steve Cortez, a few of these highly skilled fighter pilots agreed to fly against their enemies who destroyed their homes. The Fifth Fleet. The Fifth Fleet became famous across the galaxy after spearheading Alliance forces at the Battle of the Citadel. It was guarding Arcturus Station when the Reapers attacked. After a bloody and desperate battle, Admiral Hackett gave the order to retreat, sacrificing the entirety of the Second Fleet to give the Third and Fifth the chance to escape. The Fifth Fleet's engineers are busy repairing its damaged vessels, grimly anticipating a return to Earth and revenge against the Reapers. Updated. The fleet lost a third of its vessels protecting the Council during the Battle of the Citadel 2 years ago. Unfortunately, the Alliance did not have time to rebuild the fleet to its previous strength before the Reapers invaded. Update. Some smugglers were surprisingly helpful to the Alliance by finding desperately needed military equipment. And finally, a pair of entrepreneurs were persuaded to switch from creating financial programs to advanced weapon targeting VIs and sell them to the Alliance just above cost. Zaid Masani. He definitely looks a lot less craggy than he does in person. Zaid Masani has those diffusion filters. Zaid Masani has a reputation as one of the most ruthless and efficient mercenaries in the Terminus system. Cerberus contacted Masani a few months after the Collectors were destroyed and offered him a job. Negotiations ended badly, and Masani now seeks out jobs that oppose his former employer's interests. He brings years of experience and finely honed survival skills to the fight against the Reapers. The Asari Sixth Fleet. The Sixth Fleet has more dreadnoughts than any other collection of ships in the Asari Navy. An almost superstitious dread has grown around its entrance into conflict, as any war with the Sixth Fleet has never remained small. It was the Sixth Fleet that flew against the Rachni at the beginning of the Rachni Wars, and it was the Sixth Fleet that liberated the first colony under siege in the Krogan rebellions. Unfairly or not, its service people have a reputation for being sober, serious, and humorless. Nevertheless, the Sixth Fleet is a welcome sight for any ally when it arrives. Updated, the Library of Asha contains definitive works by Asari on the art of war. These texts have been distributed as standard training manuals to all Asari recruits. Asari Commandos. Asari Commandos train from an early age to control their minds and bodies, seeking the ultimate economy of thought and movement. They are taught that each shot and each decision has to be made without hesitation. While exact training methods vary among teams, all commandos are consummate professionals. Their ambushes, quick strikes, and clever tactics have bested larger, well-armed units in thousands of recorded conflicts. Samara. The Justicars are an ancient Asari order dedicated to finding and punishing those who would harm others. They rigidly adhere to the Justicar Code, a comprehensive, complicated list of laws, by assaulting the innocent, slaughtering the helpless, and refusing to acknowledge any authority above themselves. The Reapers are an affront to nearly everything the Code stands for. The Justicar Samara has set aside all other responsibilities, pledging to stop the Reapers, even if it kills her. Asari Cruiser Nefrain. The Asari Cruiser Nefrain is named for a lost city said to be buried in ice at Thessia's south pole. The cruiser still carries scars from scores of Geth fighters it took on during the Battle of the Citadel in 2183. The crew refuses to have the scars removed, considering them marks of honor and a remember of how close they came to annihilation. The Asari research ships. The Asari scientists in Orsani have isolated themselves to prevent academic and corporate theft of their work. They've been researching new polymers, looking for a material with high heat resistance and zero conductivity that is dirt cheap to produce. One of their prototype materials appears ideal for insulating the crucible's venting chambers. Just bear with me one really quick second here, guys. I need to grab I got a message, but my phone is on the other side. Okay, not critical, but I needed to verify that. Asari Cruiser, the Sibian? Sibian is an Asari Cruiser class warship. A mix-up during the cruiser's construction left it with an unusually large drive core, and its engineers redesigned the ship around the excessive power source. The Sibian's unusually robust engines provide enough energy to generate kinetic barriers normally reserved for dreadnoughts. And finally, Asari engineers. The graceful soaring spires common to Asari architecture look deceptively delicate, but Thessia's palaces, universities, and theaters have stood longer than most civilizations. Asari architectural engineers dispatched to the Crucible are testing the weapon's construction to make sure it can withstand tremendous amounts of pressure. If built improperly, stress could tear the Crucible in half upon activation. The Crucible. Element Zero Converter. Element Zero refineries are large industrial facilities that remove impurities from the element, also called EZO, before it is used to fuel starships or gravity generators. It's an important process, as sending an electrical charge through impure EZO can cause the element to explode. By setting up a conversion facility beside the Crucible, EZO can be mined, refined, and supplied to the project in record time. Emergency fuel pods. The fuel pods scavenged from a field of debris in the Valhallan threshold were once attached to a fleet of merchant vessels making long, risky journeys into uncharted space. The pods have been repurposed for the Crucible project. When activated, the Crucible's fusion reactors consume entire oceans of helium-3. The fuel pods serve as emergency reservoirs, should the weapon use more power than expected. Optimized EZO capacitors. A team of engineers working on the Normandy SR-2 developed a theory behind this piece of equipment. Dreadnought-class drive capacitors use specialized EZO-based compounds to channel and store thermal energy with greater efficiency than previous designs. These capacitors were quickly incorporated into the design of the device found in the Prothean archives on Mars. And finally, the Turians. The Turian Sixth Fleet. The Turian Navy has the most dreadnoughts of any known species in the Milky Way. Turian hierarchy limited production of these ships only because the Treaty of Phyraxian strictly controls the number of dreadnoughts due to their destructive capabilities. The Turian Sixth Fleet is technically classified as a peacekeeping fleet. Before the Reapers, it was chiefly used to patrol the space around the Citadel. Now it's ready to fly to areas trying to fight off the invasion. Updated. Commander Shepard recovered a neurotoxin formula from a Cerberus lab, using it to make an antidote for a poisoned Turian general. And I believe that's it. Oops. Now, because I said I was going to do the Quarian mission, and it'll be a priority mission. Actually, sorry, before that,
Commander?
let me make sure that new areas haven't opened up.
Commander?
Yes, I mean, as far as little flashy things are concerned, everything's 100%, or it's the Ninma cluster. I think we went here before and there wasn't anything there. Anyways, because there's a major mission coming up, we'll just make sure there's no more dialogue options.
Shepard, thanks again for being there at the refugee memorial. I feel better. Everything's so much clearer now.
Glad I could help.
Ready when you are.
Is it left to our imagination what the tattoo was? It's kind of neat to say. I haven't actually found the catalyst for what's making Javik interact with the crew more, but there's a little bit of development in his arc that I sort of like. Obviously, he has almost this kind of like an imperious attitude towards everyone else.
Commander.
Commander. All propulsion systems are running optimal.
Thank you for being the only person to give me information. Wrong side. I guess I haven't actually... Okay. I don't think there's going to be anything in here, but I should probably take a look. Maybe they just include it because it looks cool, but there might be things that happen.
Commander.
Shepard?
I think this is the game telling me that nobody has anything to say to me, but I know that Chokvas does, so... Okay, they're all still in the same spot.
How's it going?
I'm going to take that as the indicator. Well, I mean, we've kind of already exhausted all the other options. And I'm going to make the exception for Liara because she might have something in the Shadow
pull
Broker
through, Commander.
terminal.
We've received the supplies from Tactus.
Everything good?
Indeed. We've acquired some very useful equipment. As such, I've been able to enhance the effectiveness of our Medigel delivery systems. I've also collated information that Liara may find of interest. Check with Cliff.
See?
So, Udina finally went over the edge. I never really liked the man. Now I know why.
You speak for every single fan of this series.
Hello, Commander.
Thank you for the data packet. The results are available on the Information Network terminal.
Okay. Attacked Reaper weapon. The barrel of this Reaper weapon can be dismantled for further study. If the miniaturized energy cells powering this gun's systems are taken apart, it could lead to improvements in the damage a weapon can deal. However, an examination of its heat venting systems could instead provide the means to maximize thermal clip storage. So we can get higher damage or higher capacity, and as I was saying, the ability to Huh. Yeah, I'm totally using the health bonus. Who cares about scars? List of recent purchases by Zaid Masani. Armax Arsenal Incendiary Grenades, bulk purchase. Thermal Clips, bulk purchase. Metagel, bulk purpose, purchase. M451 Firestorm Fuel, bulk purchase. Ablative Armor Plating. Hane Kedar Field Rations. Casa Fabrication Weapon Repair Kit. Mount Milgram Triple Distilled 45-year-old Scotch Whiskey, 2 bottles. That would be funny if they said bulk purchase. Rifle Parts, Discontinued Avengers series.
Feel free to look around.
I get to... Oh, no. I thought I was going to be able to mess with the monitors. Okay. We are now ready to... Actually, tell you what. I know I'm going to be going late tonight, which is fine. But I was anticipating on finishing at the 3-hour mark, so I'm going to ask for a little patience. I'm going to take like 45 seconds to go to the bathroom and refill my water. I encourage you guys to maybe stretch and do the same. We are going to be back to do at least one mission, and then because there was a little interest in seeing Starflight, which is a game that was an inspiration for this, I'm not going to do a lot of it. I'm just basically going to do the part that I'm talking about when it comes to where you can see the influence of the game. But I think that will be kind of interesting for at least some of you. So I'm going to take a quick minute. I'm going to keep it as short as possible, but I'm going to put the stuff on mute. I encourage you guys maybe to get a stretch and some water yourself or whatever else you need. And then we'll be back to put a lid on it. Hopefully not too long from now. But like I said, I want to get at least one mission in. So see you guys when I'm back. Uh-oh. There we go. Alright, sorry about the wait. We're locked in and ready to go. I appreciate those of you who stuck around. I always know, even when I first started streaming, going for a break was always the kind of the scariest thing you could do, because it would always sort of be the prelude to a like a drop in viewership. But there is more to. I'm learning there is more to life than concurrent views, and I think it's important. I mean, especially now when I'm doing so much work at home. Actually, getting the camera was one really nice thing, because it's given me an excuse to kind of go out more often, like even just to walk and take photos. I mean, it may be there's nothing here, but... Alright, I gave this my best shot. I guess I technically wasted fuel doing that.
Successful.
And there doesn't seem to be any Reaper response for this, presumably because it's a mission area. But I do just want to make sure that I'm not missing opportunities. Okay, Quarian envoy ship. This diplomatic frigate is like no Quarian ship on record. Its hull is relatively low temperature, and it appears to be venting heat in a manner similar to that of the Normandy when it comes out of stealth mode. How the Quarians developed this high-tech vessel is unknown, but its hailing frequencies are open and welcoming messages are being tight-beamed to the Normandy.
Commander Shepard, a pleasure to see you again, though I wish it were under better circumstances.
I'd hope for your support in the fight against the Reapers. What's going on?
17 days ago, with precision strikes on 4 Geth systems, the Quarians initiated the war to retake our homeworld.
Oh god, that cannot be worse.
Which was a clear violation of our agreement with the Council to avoid provoking the Geth.
A treaty violation is nothing compared to recovering our homeworld and advanced AI technology.
Jesus. I was like, this couldn't have been a worse time, and I'm like, no, this is the perfect time from the Quarians' point of view. Alright.
Your homeworld? You mean Renok?
Correct, Commander. 300 years ago, we lost our world to our own AI creations, the Geth.
After we attempted to kill them?
We didn't try to kill them, Chorus. We tried to deactivate them. It wasn't murder.
God damn it. I am not in the mental state to...
Would have been easier all around if you'd succeeded.
Indeed. Our predecessors underestimated the threat. They gave the Geth time to mobilize.
Whereas you chose to attack the Geth rather than consider negotiation.
I agree, Admiral Chorus. That was a mistake.
I think
we're correcting our ancestors' mistakes.
In the middle of a galactic invasion.
This was the most appropriate time.
Of course it was. The Council was too busy with the Reapers to slap sanctions on you for starting another war.
We'd driven the Geth back to the home system, when this signal began broadcasting to all Geth ships.
The Reapers.
Under Reaper control, the Geth are significantly more effective. Our fleet is pinned in the home system. If we're going to win, we're...
Win? You insisted on involving the civilian ships, Admiral Gerrel. We need to retreat or we'll lose the live ships.
Where's the signal coming from?
Here. A Geth dreadnought. It can outgun anything we've got, and it's heavily defended.
The Normandy's stealth drive can get us in undetected. I could board, then disable the Reaper command signal.
Yes. Cutting off the signal should throw the Geth into complete disarray.
And while they're confused, you get to a mass relay and retreat.
Good. Our civilian ships have seen too much fighting already. Are you certain you can disable the signal?
We'll get you out of there safely, Admiral.
Our newest Admiral has also volunteered to offer technical expertise.
Of course, it's going to be Tali.
Tali Zora Vas Normandy, reporting for duty.
Glad you could make it, Tali. Admirals, Already a team to hit that dreadnought.
Thank you, Commander.
Admiral?
It's mostly a formality. I'm an expert on the Geth.
That you are.
I'm glad you're here.
If I'd known it was this bad, I would have come sooner.
You've had your own troubles. I'm sorry about Earth. We've got the largest fleet in the galaxy. If you can help us, we'll hit the Reapers with everything we've got. Or however much is left from this stupid war.
I thought you'd support the invasion.
No. After talking to Legion, I thought maybe there was a chance for peace.
So why help them?
I'm an admiral. People look to me for guidance. Public disagreement would divide the fleet.
I'll get your people out of here safely, Tali.
Thanks, Shepard. And just so you know, I need to keep things strictly business in front of the admirals. If you'd like to catch up, let's talk somewhere private.
Sure thing.
I'm ready to hit that dreadnought whenever you are.
I'm not going to count that as the mission. But I do want to know what the deal is with... the Quarians have tried to retake their homeworld from the Geth. Unfortunately, the Geth have been upgraded by the Reapers, and the Quarian fleet is trapped. Travel to the Quarian home system and disable the Geth dreadnought, broadcasting the Reaper control signal. Ah, it's here. Okay. I'm assuming we probably have access to some other systems now, but it would be really weird if they gave me access to something that pretty much immediately... Oh! Geth debris field, migrant fleet. Flotilla of 50,000 craft holding over 17 million Quarians, the migrant fleet is the largest array of spacefaring vessels in the known galaxy. It is a testament to the Quarian strategic skill that these numbers have not dropped significantly during recent battles. The fleet is now on the far side of the star from Rannoch, the better to cloak its movement from the Geth. Close to the star, the Normandy scanners can detect a nigh uncountable number of Geth's satellites that use solar sails to self-correct their position. The Geth placed the ultra-lightweight constructions around the sun to collect energy, arranged in a vast array known as a Dyson bubble. Scattered among them are space stations and servers that draw power from the statites through the wireless energy transfer. Most of the space stations are wreckage now, and no small number of solar sails have also been destroyed. It appears the Quarians began to destroy them, but were stopped before the attack was complete. And before I do the mission, I'm a little loath to save and lock in wasted fuel, but given that Tali said we should talk in private if we're going to talk, I do want to see if she's on the if she is on the ship. I do want to get the talk with her, because presumably if we're going to be doing something on the Quarian timeline, I may lose discussion options, and I think it would be sort of an interest. It's kind of, I don't know, it's nice to set the table when you're about to do a mission, and I think getting the private views of an admiral just before doing a battle that she doesn't necessarily agree with is interesting. I don't think she would be with Liara, but let's...
Greetings, news, Commander?
Nope. Probably on a fool's errand here, but I always need to remember it's the far side of the stairs that that gets me away from engineering.
Commander.
Okay, she doesn't have anything to say about the invasion. Right. So, yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Well, okay, sorry. There is one last place I can check. Again, I don't think she would be there, but she is an admiral, so she could be in the spot where the general. Well, you know, where we largely brokered a truce between the Turians and the Krogan. There she is. Oh, actually, we've got more than one admiral. I would kind of like it if you could just hack it on the line as soon as you find out about the Quarian invasion, and it's just one constant bleeped out string of profanity.
Shepard, the fleet is under heavy fire. We need to hit the dreadnought.
I'd like to know about your patrol fleet.
In peacetime, the patrol fleet managed navigation, internal security, and intership conflicts or crimes. Now, we mostly guard the heavy fleet's flank. It's mostly light frigates or fighters.
Tell me about the civilian fleet.
Our civilian ships, medical vessels, and live ships. Admiral Chorus coordinates them, though individual ships' captains still have power. In peacetime, they made up the bulk of our fleet. Now, our strength would even give the Turians pause.
Tally said you had the largest fleet in the galaxy.
The Turians have more dreadnoughts. Their overall military force is larger than our heavy fleet by far. But before we began this war, we jury-rigged every Quarian ship in the flotilla for battle. Even our live ships have cannons.
Use what you got.
Indeed. With the modifications, our live ship cannons are comparable to the main guns on a dreadnought.
Impressive.
They lack the armor of a real dreadnought, but they can back the heavy fleet formidably when needed.
I always really like the Quarian voice acting. Obviously, they have a consistent accent, but I actually really like how much of the personality comes through the delivery. Now, you have to do that because every single character is hidden behind a mask. So, then again, it's a video game, right? So people's ability to express themselves is already kind of limited. But I don't know. There's definitely something about the Quarians. I mean, maybe this accounts for why people like them so much. I mean, they are just kind of interesting on their own. But I think there is something to be said for the fact that because they need to communicate. The camless streamer has opinions on how you communicate without people seeing your face. Go figure. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's definitely something about the Quarian voices that's very distinctive, and I don't know, they do a good job of selling it.
What can you tell me about Admiral Geral's heavy fleet?
It was our main military force before the war, comprised of all Quarian vessels suited for sustained combat. It can't compare to the Turian forces, of course, but we have a number of heavy frigates and advanced fighter forces.
Tally said you had the largest fleet in the galaxy.
The Turians have more dreadnoughts.
Oh, so this is the same.
They're over
Sorry.
But before we began this war, we jury-rigged every Quarian ship in the flotilla for battle.
Use what you got.
Indeed.
Impressive.
They lack the armor.
Which fleet does Admiral Zen command?
Special projects. It's not a fleet per se. Just a few research vessels. Her technical breakthroughs have put us within striking distance of the homeworld.
I'll let you get back to work.
Thank you, Commander.
That dreadnought is tearing through our fleet. Let me know when you're ready to hit it.
So how did you end up back with your fleet, Tali?
When the war started, the Admiralty Board asked for my help. I had more recent contact with the Geth than most of my people. They hadn't filled the spot on the board left by my father. I was invited in. It's just a technicality. I'm far too young to be a real admiral.
Don't sell yourself short, Tali. The board needed your expertise. You needed the authority that comes with rank.
How did the war with the Geth get started anyway?
Admiral Zen developed a scanning countermeasure that interferes with Geth active scans. It's like a flashbang grenade. It effectively crippled the Geth ships in combat. My fleet couldn't pass up the chance to attack.
Could we use it to fight the Reapers?
It only works against the Geth, unfortunately. Their AI lets them use extremely detailed LADAR pings. Zen's countermeasure overwhelmed them with garbage data. And it's useless now that the Reapers have upgraded their processing power.
How is it being back with the fleet?
Right now, it's exhausting. I'm an admiral in the middle of a war. I just want us to get out of this alive. Everything else can wait.
When this is over, I could use your help.
I can't, Shepard. If we survive this, we'll have a homeworld. My people need me.
You could help your people's homeworld by fighting the Reapers.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm not thinking that far ahead yet.
So what about Legion?
It returned to Geth space after you turned yourself into the Alliance.
And you haven't seen it since?
Legion and I sent a few messages. I was hoping we could try negotiation. But I was outvoted 3-2. Admiral Chorus was the only one who believed it would work.
Any idea where Legion is now?
No. In our last message, it told me that the Geth were having trouble reaching consensus.
And then nothing?
Maybe it was fighting the Reaper takeover, or maybe it didn't want to give intel to an enemy. I could have warned it about the invasion. I didn't.
You'd have been betraying your own people.
I never wanted to be an admiral.
Talk to you later, Tali.
If you want to catch up in private, call me up to your cabin.
Ah, okay. That would have been kind of helpful. Well, I mean, okay, so they've sort of said in private. I've always taken in private to be the conversations.
Commander.
I've had otherwise, but it does let me take care of my fish. I actually kind of wish... I kind of wish that I had more excuses to come up here. Because, you know, obviously this is a nice little collector thing. The model ships are nice collectors.
Tali, I'm free if you'd like to come up.
I'll just be a moment. Thanks for asking me up. I couldn't talk freely in front of Ron.
You okay?
No, I'm really not. 17 million lives are riding on me. And I don't know if I can save them.
You're doing everything you can. If the fleet falls, it won't be because of you.
I helped my father and Zen's ideas, the new tech that made an invasion too good to pass up, that's based on my father's work. If they die because of me? If I don't...
We'll get them out of there safely, Tali.
I couldn't do this without you, Shepard. I feel like I'm bluffing, trying to convince them that the Admiral's daughter knows what she's doing.
Not the Admiral's daughter. The Admiral.
I know. And at least now, I can push back against the worst ideas. That's why I accepted the position. And because of you.
Me?
When they offered me this position, I asked myself what you'd do. I thought you'd take the chance to make things better. That probably sounds stupid. It's just, I know I'm not really qualified for this.
You're doing fine, Tali. And thanks.
I should get back before the Admirals get into trouble again. I'll talk to you later.
That's neat. I was gonna say, like, the dialogue's short enough that I sort of wonder, not wonder, but like I was sort of like, oh, okay, did that really need to go up to the cabin? But obviously, what's being expressed, you have to do it that way. So that was a really neat. I sometimes feel that the games miss those opportunities, but this is a nice little use of space to create context. Scans of the Geth dreadnought orbiting Rannoch reveal intimidating array of features, from an improved main gun and ultraviolet anti-ship lasers to increased thruster output. The Geth workforce never demands rest, wages, or autonomy, and in the creation of their flagship, they were limited only by time and raw materials. The damage inflicted by the Quarian fleet appears minor at best. Alright. Clearly, we need to bring Tali. And I don't think it... Yeah, it's not even letting me. So, I guess Tali and Liara was a... Or not... No, it wasn't Liara, because she wasn't in. I guess it was Tali and Garrus? Why can I not remember who my other teammate was? Okay. I'll take a minute here and make sure that... That is all as it should be. I believe the Eagle is still the one that I want. There is a small temptation with the Carnifex, but clearly the fire rate of the Eagle, especially given the fact that it's not going to be... So the main reason why I want to keep carrying the Eagle is due to the fact that it's got a fire rate to complement the sniper rifle. And it's possible that I have... Nope, nothing to improve the fire rate, so in this case the magazine upgrade is exactly what I want. So N7 Crusader seems to be strictly... Oh, it's got a huge weight increase. I can definitely see the spike thrower. Well, the spike thrower is... you know, I think the weight still works. So this is probably where I... So I'm adding 2 contradictory abilities, but the game lets me, so why not, right? So I'm a little nervous about doing this just because I think the added weight will affect her power sort of recharge. Oh, double pistols. Interesting. I did not know that was a thing. Well, not anymore. Can I not? I think I probably screwed that up. I think I'm going to go for Tactical Cloak because I'll usually already have the Disruptor ammo. I'll go for the damage bonus. Pretty sure stasis is where I want to go with that, so duration or more damage. We'll start by giving her one of everything. I think going heavy on... Actually, if memory serves, I think I'm able to get her up to level 3 on just about everything, and then we can go down specialization routes. But Sabotage, even though I already have it on Shepherd, is one that I'm strongly inclined to pursue. So power duration, damage taken by 30% when enemy weapons overheat. I think duration is what I want here. Synthetics explode when destroyed, dealing 490 points of damage across a 4-meter radius, or recharge damage. Hack synthetics, fighting on your side, move faster and do 100% more damage, or increase all tech power damage done to target by 100% for 10 seconds. Let's make them super powered. Okay. I think we'll do combat drone next, just because it gets another body in the fight. Drone explodes when destroyed. Tempting, because especially in line with my area of effect intentions, but I think in this case, because it's another combatant, I'll worry about improving its killing power rather than just assume that the thing's going to get lost. Upgrade the drone's short-range attack to deal 210 points of damage across a 2.5-meter radius. See, this is the funny thing, actually. I probably should have gone for the explosion if I was going to do close range. In this case, we'll just make it a super soldier. And upgrade the drone's long-range rockets that deal 390 points of damage. Or the electrical pulse. Okay, we'll make it long-range. And I believe... Oh, we have enough for one more improvement. So, machinist or... energy drain. Hit an enemy with the energy pulse to inflict damage and steal. Yeah.
We're approaching the Quarian home system. ETA to Rannoch, 5 minutes.
What have you got from the comm buoys?
Pretty much a big old shitstorm, Commander.
I have detected several hundred unique ship signatures engaged in active combat.
Yeah, like I said.
Take us in, Joker.
It's a nice little touch. They had an explosion in the background.
Stealth drive engaged. Only way they'll detect us is if you all start singing the Russian national anthem.
Broadcasting the Reaper signal and shut it down. Tally's our expert on Geth software. She'll be handling hacking and security.
We couldn't ask for a better expert. You seem to have become quite knowledgeable as well. Ready to infiltrate the Dreadnought?
Indeed.
Shepard, there's a problem. All tubes except one are physically secured. I see the free one. Pretty torn up, though.
Too risky for the whole team. I'll secure the docking area. Everyone else can follow me over.
Roger that, Commander. We'll just stay here. You know, quietly.
Hang tight. It'll just be a minute.
Oh, this is a nice way of starting. Although, for some reason I can't jump. Oh, Right, because that's not what it wants me to do. I thought they were taking advantage of the fact that you can...
No wonder the Quarians were having trouble. That ship is enormous.
It is 30% larger than an Alliance dreadnought.
Tally, you're gonna like the view.
Better than a vid?
Much.
I will admit, I'm a bit of a sucker, so as much as I like complaining about cinematics, I am a sucker for certain ones. And I do really like it when you get to sort of see big moments in this world. So, you know, having the Mass Effect soundtrack swell up as you're coming in to see sort of the Quarian attempt to recapture their homeworld. It's exciting.
The lack of gravity is
I think that was a Red October reference, Cyberdog K9000. I haven't actually... I think I've seen the scene. I know I haven't seen the movie.
Geth don't use windows, remember? Structural weakness.
Like the Geth are just sitting there saying, those organics would never try the no windows thing twice.
Pre-Pathfinder Cranky? What's that? What pre-path? Sorry, I don't follow Uncle Cranky. How are you doing? We had Angry Cat asking about
Looks
you.
like the rest of the team isn't using the docking tube.
So I'm guessing you'd rather not solo the Dreadnought.
Not if I can help it. Ask Tally to get on the Dreadnought schematics. If she can point me at another docking tube, I'll override the controls and let the boarding party on. I've got gravity again.
Oh, great, thanks. Thank you for stopping by.
Not far from your position. The nearest undamaged docking tube is on the other side.
Think I found that hull breach you mentioned.
Admiral Geralt tried a frontal assault. We lost 6 frigates. That tiny hole was the only damage we did.
I wouldn't call it tiny. Not the way you'd have done it?
No, it was too aggressive. I argued, but as Admiral of the Heavy Fleet, it was ultimately his decision.
What about the other admirals?
Zen backed the invasion, largely as a chance to test her toys. Rod gave provisional support. Only Chorus opposed the war with me, and he was right. We could lose the whole fleet, Shepard.
We'll get your people out of here safely.
Sure, Cyberdog. I'm not sure what agreeing to that's gonna set me up for, but I'm intrigued. Also, Uncle Cray, I don't know how long you are here for, but if Pathfinder doesn't get in the way, this will be the last mission of the night. But I'm gonna try and take a minute to show a little bit of Starflight, which was the inspiration for this. Oh, sorry, I thought the little box was like a Twitch blocking the message.
I found another airlock. I think we're good to go.
Great. If you override the controls, we'll be right there.
Right. There are no controls there.
Got it. You're clear to board. Are you all right, Shepard? Were you worried about me?
Here, let me see if I can get this open. In the meantime, take a look at this. There, it's open. We're clear to go.
Looks impressive.
It's Admiral Zen's design. It transmits an energy pulse on contact.
So where are we headed?
We're looking for an operations center. I can disable the Reaper command signal from there.
Where's the closest one?
past their defense network and through a sensor cluster. Oh, vents. Always the vents.
Hey, you did fine at the collector base.
I got set on fire!
Interesting. Their anti-fighter lasers use ultraviolet frequencies. Most ships use infrared.
Expensive. But it gives them an edge in close combat, though.
When the fleet rushed the Dreadnought, those lasers carved right through our ships.
Come on, let's get to the ops center before they lose more.
I should probably... I don't think I can jump that. Yeah, there it is. I've been playing a little Mirror's Edge, so...
Watch out! Get incoming!
My estimation of what I can actually make as far as a jump is concerned... Ah, damn it. That's too... I hesitated. I don't know if this is a standard combat song, but I'm liking the setup for this.
They're throwing their lives away.
Well, I tried to do something cool.
Just don't give them a chance to recharge.
I did not realize that was a... Ah! Yeah, I need to watch where I'm going now. It also occurred to me that it's probably not going to be Medigel on a Geth ship.
Look, the signal's hitting all Geth processes. The Reapers have them completely under control.
I transmitted what data we had to a few code breakers. I haven't heard anything back. Sensor data. Can you tell how the Quarian ships are doing?
We're taking heavy losses. The Geth have a planetary defense cannon. It's ripping through our fleet.
Is there anything we can do to help them?
Just make their sacrifice worthwhile.
Why do we need to find the operations center? Wouldn't any access console do?
No. Anything we do here, the Geth could counter. Too many fault checks and redundancy levels for what we need to do. The Dreadnought's Operations Center is just ahead.
Good. Let's cut the Reaper signal and get the fleet out of here.
I bet she wanted to say a word, F word other than fleet.
The hunters are moving in.
I'm hearing get out there.
Careful, there are still hunters cloaked.
Something about watching my step.
That's the last of them. Let's see if that console is operational. Damn it! They've locked down the Reaper signal. We can't shut it down from here in the operations center. There! The Reaper signal's coming from the drive core.
So if we get there, we shut it down?
Right, but how do we get there? The Geth have sealed emergency bulkheads to block us off. We need a route to the drive core that can't be blocked. A path that runs the length of the ship.
What about the main battery? It runs right by the drive core.
That could work.
But?
The Geth still have us locked in here. We need to get these doors open. They've locked high-level processes. We need something basic. A ship-wide emergency. Like a fire.
What about the heat diffusion system?
Wait, if I faked a thermal warning, it would open all maintenance tubes for emergency venting.
Would that override the lockdown?
Yes. Okay, I've got it primed. But be ready. I'm reading hostile Geth on the other side of the doors.
They're dropping down from the ceiling.
They're pushing cloak hunters as well.
I thought I got him with the sabotage.
Watch out! Another wave!
It's kind of wild to go against these guys when you don't know where they are in the room. I know we've probably encountered invisible enemies before, but this is one of the ones that I've actually kind of felt somewhat unsure of.
Let's get to the maintenance shaft before more reinforcements arrive. This ship design is almost Quarian, but not quite. It's meant for synthetics, not organics.
Different species have different aesthetic tastes, but I agree. This design is alien. It's amazing to think that the Geth can load their intelligence directly into the ship. They could be all around us.
For all our cybernetic upgrades, I'll never understand integrating that completely into a system.
Shouldn't be too much farther to the main battery. I'm surprised they'd send you on this mission, Tally.
Even admirals are expected to serve. I'm better at hacking than I am ordering ships around.
Sure. I think the latter is needs a little work. Same problem.
Damn it. Priority message. A planetary defense cannon just took down Admiral Taurus's ship.
Survivors?
They got to escape pods. They've got Admiral Ron trying to establish a secure link.
Put her through.
Shepard, this is Ron. The heavy fleet is collapsing. I don't know how much longer we can hold out.
We'll have the Reaper signal deactivated shortly, Admiral.
I hope somebody makes a YouTube channel built entirely around the lore reason for this Metagel kit being on the ship. Maybe it was Legion. Well, this reminds me a little bit of a mission in Destiny when you're taking out the Almighty. This is kind of neat. Obviously, this is long before Destiny 2, but...
More incoming! I think they figured out what we're doing!
Sniper rifles are melee weapons, don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Ah! Like, cover skills aren't quite there. I tried to melee, wouldn't let me. It said there was Geth data somewhere. I'm mad that I'm not going to get those credits.
Good. They've stopped firing. We're safe as long as the maintenance lock is in place. Let's move.
Yeah, it doesn't let me go through the rest of that.
The lock! Come on, let's get out of here.
That's a combo I could have done without. Gotta get ready for Pathfinder, try to catch up on Saturday, your Friday went. Oh, great, thanks. I hope you have a good time with Pathfinder. I'm getting really annoyed with the number of times I'm getting hit from the high ground. Again, wanted to take cover. Doesn't mean that that's how the game interpreted it. Okay, no more goodies to pick up. I'm actually willing to take the damage to get the cover. It's a neat idea for a level as far as the, you know, dodging the pulses. It doesn't, I'm not quite sure why it's not quite working for me. I think it's partly just because I'm bad at the cover mechanics. I kind of feel like I often hit the space bar wanting to do one thing, but not actually having it happen. But we survived, so that's more of just a minor gripe than anything. Alright, No goodies.
Good. Hopefully we're done with elevators. And come on. The drive core shouldn't be far.
It's another example, too, where I'm trying to run and I wind up doing a roll. But
It's definitely Reaper tech, but what's...
Shepard Commander, help us.
Legion.
Shepard, wait. The Geth are being controlled by the Reaper signal.
Right. This thing.
So for all we know, Legion is with them. Maybe it sided with the Reapers voluntarily. Or maybe it's hacked.
Good point. Guess we can't take any chances.
Shepard Commander, wait. We can assist you. You spoke with us. You know we would never agree to subjugation by the old machines.
How do I know you're not under Reaper control?
Our architecture prevents it. We are too complex, but we are being used to broadcast the command signal to all Geth.
I'm here to destroy that command signal.
Freeing us will end the signal. You may then destroy us if you deem it necessary.
Okay, Legion. Nobody's gonna get destroyed. Just take it slowly, all right?
Wait. You cannot simply remove the restraints. We are secured via hardware blocks nearby that shackle our operating protocols. The hardware blocks are on the far side of the room.
Far side of the room, you said?
Yes, deactivation should be simple. The Geth protected them against viral attack, not physical removal.
How'd the Reapers get control of the Geth?
They did not. The creators attacked. The Geth wished to live. The old machines extended an offer.
So we went to that Geth station and rewrote the heretics for what? Nothing?
No, you successfully rewrote the heretics. The decision to ally with the old machines was difficult. Had the creators not attacked, it would have been unnecessary.
We'll have you out of there soon.
They only joined the Reapers to save themselves.
Nothing excuses an alliance with the Reapers. They could have found another way.
The only other way was to die. It's hard to argue with a species trying to survive.
Damn it! I begged them to negotiate rather than attack. I did.
Let's just get Legion out of there.
I will as soon as the dialogue's over there, Shepard. I was actually going to say, as soon as we're introducing the possibility that Legion's under Reaper control, is like, oh yeah, the controls to get me off, to unshackle me are over there, just underneath the death ray. Go ahead.
Got it.
Talizora to fleet. The signal is about to go offline.
This is Admiral Hangel. We're in your debt.
Hardware blocks offline. We are free. As a gesture of cooperation, we have disabled the Dreadnought's drive core. All weapons and barriers are offline. Alert! Geth reinforcements incoming!
The Geth fleet is destabilized. Signal is offline. Civilian fleet, reverse
very hard to get some shots off while the while the rockets are blasting at me. All right, let's focus down however we can. God damn it.
Heavy fleet all forward. Take out the dreadnought.
Patrol fleet, hold position.
You do that, and the heavy fleet gets wiped out. And if we die, simple retreat won't save you from the Geth response.
Damn you, girl.
Damn it, what are they doing?
This is definitely a nice little twist. I'm so bad at this. Does it not let me? I'm assuming it doesn't let me sabotage. Oh, it does. Wow.
Shepard Commander, the Creator fleet is firing upon this vessel. Without barriers, this ship will be destroyed. We must evacuate.
We need to get to the escape pods.
Geth transmit intelligences via remote signal. We do not use escape pods.
Suggestions?
Geth fighters are docked in a portside fighter bay. We can pilot a fighter to safety.
Shepard deplete! Hold fire! I repeat, hold fire!
They're not responding!
Damn it!
Shepard Commander, we have taken control of docking protocols.
We'll be right there!
I kind of wish Mass Effect did this more often. Basically, you've got an objective and it throws every possible interruption in the way. Like, the tension in this is really well done.
Normandy to Shepard, reading a loss of gravity. You okay over there?
Fine. We're leaving in a Geth fighter. Transmitting rendezvous coordinates.
Does the storage compartment have adequate room, Shepard Commander?
We're fine. Go!
Just waggle the wings or something so I know which one is you.
They fired on the Dreadnought while you were on board?
They were supposed to pull their fleet out safely. Instead...
I know. Admiral Garrow's been causing trouble along the Turian border for years. But I can understand their desperation. We only lost Earth a few weeks back.
We haven't lost Earth yet.
We need help, Shepard. We need a fleet. And the Quarians have the biggest one out there.
I'll get it, Admiral.
Your unilateral strike endangered us all. I should charge you with treason.
I was within my authority as Admiral of the Heavy Fleet.
And what of Shepard? And Talizora?
They escaped unharmed. Shepard, the mission parameters changed. You're military, you understand that.
I understand that you wasted your chance to withdraw safely.
The Dreadnought was a perfect target.
This is exactly the kind of short-sighted, bloodthirsty behavior I was worried about.
If you could retake Earth with a little friendly fire, you'd do it in a heartbeat.
You're lucky I need your ships, Admiral.
I've got to get back to the Heavy Fleet. Ron, we'll talk later.
Oshtet. You must understand. The Geth inflicted heavy casualties before you disabled the Reaper signal.
You said they have a planetary defense cannon?
Had. Admiral Koris sacrificed his own ship to destroy it. He crash-landed on the home world.
The Normandy can assist with rescue efforts.
Thank you, Commander. I think the worst is over. The Geth no longer possess the programming upgrades they had while enslaved by the Reapers.
Shepard, Commander, we are prepared to offer assistance.
What the hell is this?
Wait! Everybody calm down. Its name is Legion. It helped me destroy the Collectors. The Reapers were using Legion like a signal booster to broadcast commands from the Dreadnought. We freed him.
We freed it.
This is a fascinating prototype. With some study, I may be able to use it to find a weakness in the Geth consensus.
Legion said it could help us. For now, let's hear what it has to say.
Understood, Commander.
So you say you can help?
Yes.
What can you tell us about the Geth? How will they react without Reaper guidance?
This is a false assumption. You have cut off long-range control, but the old machines placed a base on Rannoch for short-range direction.
The Geth still have Reaper upgrades?
Correct. They are currently disorganized, but once the short-range signal is in place, they will recover.
Kila, I need to warn the fleet. Then, coordinate with Garrow. Move!
We need to take out the Reaper base. Where's it located?
Unknown.
Find it.
Understood. We do know the location of a server from which Geth fighter squadrons are controlled. The squadrons are targeting Creator life ships. Disabling them will limit casualties. We offer assistance.
Thanks.
All right, that was really neat. That was a little longer than I wanted it to be, but I liked that mission. Like I said, it's neat. And this is like an old writing trick, really. If you... so the best way I could put it is like, you know, the simplest version of a story that you can tell. And like, where I'm really getting this from would be, think about how you tell someone about your day. Or actually, you know, and here's an even better example. Like, let's say you're trying to make an excuse for why you're late for work, right? You never say what actually happened, which was, I mean, sometimes you do, but like, you know, look, you know, I got out of the house a few minutes later, things were just slower in the morning, and I'm here a few minutes late, is probably what actually happened. But what you'll generally do is you will have your objective. I wanted to get to work. What happened? Well, lost the keys to my apartment. You know, that's on me. You know, I understand. Then I go and the bus is late. So I waited for the bus and then it comes in. And then, what do you know? I'm ready for the elevator. And like 5 guys get ahead of me and the thing's full. And then you have this objective and you get all of these obstacles going through, and that wasn't a very good telling of that story, but the idea here is that generally if you want to say what's common to just about every single story you're going to say, the main character wants something and they're not able to get it, and the substance of the story is how they overcome it, through sheer force of will and tenacity. Because this company means so much to me, I was able to overcome these major obstacles and make it to the the office, so that I can make you the boss, make even more money, while I still get paid substantially less than what my work ethic implies. And this works for everything. So even if you want to do this very postmodern sort of, my character doesn't believe in anything, they don't want anything, blah, blah, blah. You can be incredibly sick. You could be full of, ennui. At some point you're going to feel thirsty and you want a glass of water. And then every obstacle you put in front of getting that glass of water is now a story. If you want to make it a comedy, make them want to go to the bathroom, and then put every obstacle in front of going to the bathroom. But that's it's a super reductive way. You're not going to write any great story as a result of it. But think about that particular mission and why it felt so tense at the end, right? It's you've got the objective that you want to do. That's fine. But it's okay, we've got it. The shields are down. Oh God, the heavy fleet's coming in. It doesn't matter that we're still on the ship. They're going to do it. So we got to get out of here. And it would not have been the first time that Mass Effect put a timer in a mission if they did that. We've had timed missions before, but that isn't actually what they did to build the tension. The tension isn't created through... there's the implied ticking clock of the ship is about to be destroyed, but mechanically they don't add a clock to that. And it's actually much more tense than I've ever felt in any other mission. Simply because, it's okay, we're going to go there. Oh no, then the thing exploded. And oh no, then we got the bad guys. It's okay, we're finally at the hangar bay. I'm going to go in there. Oh God, something just smashed in front of it. Oh no, Shepard's now fallen down on the ground. For the most part, they could have even been QuickTime events. There was nothing that would have prevented me from completing that level. Once we got to a bunch of the stuff where all of the obstacles got in the way of escaping the ship, there weren't any enemies added after that. It was purely stuff that kept me from going in a straight line towards the objective and instead made me go sort of up and through. I'm assuming that this is a level designer that decided that, right? But as it happens, they created a really engaging little moment as a result. So I thought that was really well done. Plus, it's really just neat to see ship combat in the Mass Effect world. So I'm definitely much later than I planned to be, but I did promise a bit of Starflight. So let me just take a minute and get it set up. So I don't have... The PC version is what I have on GOG. I don't have it installed, unfortunately. But as it happens, there is a slightly more accessible version, in my opinion, that was made for Genesis. If you can somehow get your hands on a copy. But where is it? So the game is more or less the same. The principal difference is that there's a really nice graphical overhaul. This may be a problem. Just gonna take the heat off of that a little bit. Sorry, I know you guys can't see what's going on right now. No, that's not working. I have no idea how I'm going to make this work. I'm guessing you guys can't. Maybe you can see that. This is like the demo that it's sorry, I wasn't exactly planning on doing this, so okay, it's not ideal, but it'll okay, is that working? If anybody's live in chat, I also gotta change the
entering solar system.
I also gotta change my stream info.
Orbit established.
Okay, actually, I can just check my own stream. Yes, okay, looks like you can see it. So, apologies for the quality. I'll make this short, but yeah. So this is the Sega version of Starflight, which again, so I have the DOS version on GOG, just not installed. This is graphically a little more appealing, but it'll either one will sort of give you the experience. But Starflight was a big inspiration for Mass Effect, to my understanding, and I'll show you probably the biggest kind of the biggest tell. And again, we're not going to spend a lot of time on this, but okay. So like this this starbase, for instance, looks completely different in the PC game. Bon voyage! You are about to embark on your first mission. In your bank account, you will find the amount of 50,000 monetary units, MU. This money is to be spent training your crew, configuring your ship, and purchasing any necessary materials. Of course, you may wish to leave some portion of this in the bank. At this stage of the operation, our primary goal is to gather information. Consequently, your objectives are: 1. Seek out and explore strange new worlds. 2. Boldly go where no man has gone before. 3. Establish contact with any sentience. 4. Capture and bring back non-sentient life forms. 5. Record alien life form data. 6. Bring back alien artifacts. 7. Bring back any valuable minerals, including Endurium. Endurium is the fuel in this game. 8. Keep from getting brutally killed. We have little information to offer concerning what you might find. We suggest, however, that you avoid the area of space around the coordinates 13584, since that is where we lost contact with 2 of our earlier ships. Scout reports indicate a high density of minerals in the mountainous region of the innermost planet of our system. Further, we have found information that leads us to believe that there may be some ruins of the old empire at coordinate 17 north, 162 east on the second planet of the neighboring K-class system. We've also received some indication of alien activity in a system 17594. Good luck and safe return. So in this game, you actually need to hire up your crew. You don't find them through your adventures. So here, I'm going to be, as much as I'd love to name them after Mass Effect characters, I'm just going to Also, I find the soundtrack impossibly catchy. D gets to be the doctor, too. So I could spend some effort training them. We won't worry about that. Again, the point here is just to show it off, so we will naturally call this the Normandy. So the TV is your terrain vehicle. I think there was something that was not in the PC version that I played. I think it's the ability to go into water. I don't remember offhand. I'm not actually going to use I'm not actually going to use most of this stuff, but I figure at this point I might as well outfit. Okay. If you want, so this is where you'll buy and sell the items that you get. If I want, I mean, again, I'm not going to be continuing any of this, so I could buy the most Endurium that I could manage. It'll tell you need to crew up and name your ship if you haven't done it, but anyways, there's a couple things that I will draw your attention to. So I am going to go to the planet, but first thing I want to do is sort of show you. I want to show you a little bit about what it's like. So obviously, this is at a much closer scale, but you look at that map, you sort of see how I'm flying around. There isn't a fuel cost so far as I can tell for doing this kind of flying. But I would sort of say this is analogous to when you actually get inside of a system in Mass Effect. Now there's this between systems travel. No, this is Starflight, though Star Control was definitely inspired by this game. But notice, of course, now that I'm going between systems, you have the fuel. So I think probably a pretty direct. I'd say that's a pretty direct sort of marker of Starflight's origins. I think that's been true for every Mass Effect game. Oh, just kidding. Okay, sorry. I mean, I don't necessarily know all that much. I was very struck by the fact that I found out that Mass Effect was inspired by Starflight, because I remember playing this at a friend's place, and I was fascinated by it. So, you can, Mass Effect reports this stuff. It doesn't necessarily tell you anything. In this game, you actually do identify planets that are suitable for habitation. So this one wouldn't, because the temperature is Inferno to Inferno, as you might expect on the planet that's closest to the sun. But what I really wanted to show you is when you land. So you pick a region to land on. It did say that there was minerals in the mountainous region, so we'll work on that. So this isn't really in Mass Effect, but basically, whenever I played the Mako sequences, this is kind of what I thought of. So that sound you're hearing is me trying to mine resources if I hit the B button. So again, you can use a mineral scanner. There's no way I'm going to make that one on the top right, so we'll move on. Now, again, this is a Genesis game, and again, this Genesis game is an adaptation of an existing PC game, which I think had been out for a year or two before. It's maybe a little bit more clear. So one of the things that Mass Effect did to make this different, the Mako obviously doesn't run out of fuel. This one you can and often do run out of fuel on your TV. Yeah, you do have a weapon. I hit the wrong button, as you might have noticed. Oh, here we go. But basically, so you'll notice that there's these little mining, like the pick and shovel. So this is kind of how Mass Effect handles the Mako, right? And even finding artifacts, it's very similar. And especially if you think back to the first Mass Effect game, you do this sort of thing quite a bit. And so so again, remembering that I had played Mass Effect 2 first, and then turned around to Mass Effect 1, I did so with the knowledge of the Starflight influence. And so when I got to the Mako sequences, I'm like, oh, okay, I know exactly where this came from. But what's kind of interesting too is it's not just the fact that this is present. So like basically this is one of these things where I suspect you could probably be forgiven for playing Mass Effect 1 and playing this game and not immediately drawing the connection between the two. I think it's clear enough that it's there. But I mean, like, game mechanics, there are a number of really appropriate ways to do certain things. To a certain extent, you can't just look at every game that has a jump button is not Mario Brothers Reborn, right? But what I think is so interesting is when you take a look at Mass Effect 2 and see how it simplifies. So apparently, my understanding is that the Mako sequences weren't all that popular. And so if you take a look and see what I'm doing to get all the mining done, think about how Mass Effect 2 handles, the resource gathering. Well, instead of doing, I'm not running the terrain vehicle around. I'm not, is there really nothing here? They lied to me. I'm not really doing this in Mass Effect, but what I am doing in Mass Effect 2 is I'm hitting the scan button. I'm basically getting the Mass Effect version of, sorry, I'm just trying to get to a slightly less mountainous area. I am doing a lot like this in terms of scanning and then dropping a probe. So again, even in its efforts to build on what they had from the first game, the mining and the resource acquisition in the sequel still definitely bears sort of the mark of Starflight. It's even simpler in Mass Effect 3, where really you're just hunting down a single item. But it is really neat to see a game like this. Does this yes, it does, Stellar Jockeys. How you doing, by the way? I'm actually just getting ready to wrap. Oh my goodness! So you got Stellar Jockeys and Valiant Cheese inside of here. So does the thing have a Yamato? I don't think it does. Cybertalk. But I don't know. Like as soon as I found out about and again, just a reminder, guys. So I need to be really clear. The easiest way to get this game for sure is the GOG copy. The GOG copy doesn't look like this. The GOG copy is an older game for PC, and this thing got a little bit of a graphical facelift for its console debut. But again, like, it's one of these things where as soon as I know that as a Mass Effect reference, the Mako sequences in Mass Effect 1 make a lot more sense. And just generally the sort of feeling. There's actually, so I've talked about a few other things where I think there are influences that are very clear when you know to look for them in Mass Effect. Those I'm going to save because I do actually intend on playing this on stream at some point. I've never seen this, but you dig the visuals. You think you had a bunch of people ask you if Hidden Star was inspired by this. I think it's more of a case of finding similar things. Yeah, definitely. You'll have a look at this. Never heard of this game before. Okay, guys, I have definitely got to... I definitely have to... I'm definitely going to have to do that. I'll do it after Mass Effect is done. Actually, let me just take a... If you could just bear with me one quick second here. There are two details that I should probably share before I go any further, because it's one thing for me to talk about game influences and whatnot, but I'm sorry to do it in this order. But there's a couple of people who are in here, and I don't always get a chance to shout this stuff out, although I usually do better word of mouth stuff. So, I'm also going to give Twitch channels because I believe both of you are still broadcasting, although, life gets in the way. So, Valiant Cheese is the developer of Hive Time, which is a bee-based city builder. In fact, I wonder if I'm able to get an instance of a browser up. Well, another instance of a browser up. It's probably better. So we've played a couple of things on stream for this. So we did Away Team. In fact, Cheese was responsible for sending me that key, so thanks for that. And then Hive Time is the one where I found him, but Stellar Jockeys have also done Brigador, which some of you... so it's been a little while since I played that last. Privately, I've played it a bit, but they did give me a developer key, so every second I play of that game needs to be broadcast. But if you've not played it, we're talking about mech stuff, and actually the one thing that I was really happy about was someone said to me, oh, hey, you kind of like mech stuff. You ever play a game called Brigador? I think you'd like it. And I'm like, well, as a matter of fact, I have played quite a bit of it. And then we got to talk about like the audiobook and that. So let me just... where is my... Sorry, I wasn't prepared. So there is Brigador for you. There's the base game. I definitely will say that the... I think, hang on, was it the yeah, it's the deluxe bundle that has the audiobook, if I'm not mistaken. You can get the audiobook for $5.69. I don't know if it's available on its own. I think that might only be a soundtrack thing for it, but I don't know, like why wouldn't you play the really awesome game attached to that book? Anyways, one of the things that's really nice about having Brigador recommended to me after playing it, I guess what's kind of funny about it is it's very clearly one of those things where it's like it's clearly not just up my alley, but up the alley of people who like it or like who watch me. So if you guys haven't checked either of those out, Hive Time or Brigador, do please check out those links and buy, wishlist, do whatever you can to show some support. And I know, I think Stellar Jockeys is making another game, but I don't remember offhand. Draft of the next book is nearly done. We'll be discounting for the Halloween sale. Oh, we shouldn't have said that. Oh, I guess with a refund system, it would be, the refund would go through. Okay, so whenever the Halloween sale happens, you all can get it at a tidy discount. But yeah, anyways, so it's, two incredibly appropriate people to be stopping by when we're doing a cool old space game. For those of you that have not played, I think there's a very different level of conversation you can have with someone who's recommending something you've already played versus something. Yeah, it's it's just to me, it's one of these things that was really nice where like it doesn't take a lot. Like if you look at Brigador's trailer, it's hard not to be excited by that game, right? It's just really encouraging in my view when it's something that has clearly connected with me, and to have someone say, hey, this seems to be kind of up your alley, because it's not uncommon to hear from someone, oh, X seems like your kind of game, and it's always a little disappointing when it turns out not to be your kind of game at all. I don't know, it was just really nice, and having Stellar Jockeys in the channel is a nice opportunity to talk about the game offhand. But I can now say with certainty that the away team, Brigador, Hive Time, none of these things have been inspired by. Or, sorry, what was the other game that you were talking about? Hidden Star. None of these have been inspired by Starflight. But I think it's worth it. This game has got a complete, like a mind-blowing twist at the end. I've talked about it specifically as how it relates to Mass Effect. I'm not going to do it here because... Now I want to preserve that for anybody who's going to be hanging around when we get to it through playing the game. But I assure you it's worth it. And if you really want, if you just go and check out the wiki page for it, you can find out what the ending is. And I'm near certain you will find it just as crazy as you would if you were playing the game. So, anyways, sorry, there's a little bit more that I want. Oh, yes. Okay, so there's a few activities that happen in this game. In fact, we'll probably have the mission pop up in here now. Unpleasant news. It is necessary to give you some unpleasant news. You may have been aware that for the last several years, scientists have been observing anomalous fluctuations in the radiation levels of our sun. While you've been away, it has been ascertained that the stability of our sun is definitely deteriorating. How much time we have until there is a fatally large flare? We are still not sure, but there is little doubt that this will eventually occur. As yet, we have no clue as to the cause of this instability. Therefore, we must assume that there is nothing we can do to change the situation. In view of this, the only option available to us is to get as many colonists off Earth as we can. You can be invaluable to us in this. First, we need Endurium to power the ships we will build. We will pay well for any that you can bring back. Secondly, we need to know where to send the colonists. As you may have already discovered, your ship is equipped with homing drones, which you may use to log your recommendations. This is so that we can move the colonists out as quickly as possible. In addition, a sensor has been installed which will inform you of the stellar condition upon entering a system. Your ship computer will inform you if in the event that a flare is imminent. We advise caution while in systems which are more than slightly unstable. Being caught in a solar flare would certainly be fatal. In your manual, we will have outlined the criteria which will be important to your evaluation of viable colony worlds. So don't pirate the game. You'll be rewarded for recommendations of valuable planets and penalized for recommendations of planets which turn out to be uninhabitable. Consider carefully before logging a planet. And then another warning here. So this also, whenever I talk about Mass Effect Andromeda, which I haven't played, there is actually Earth in this game too. So yeah, I will just caution you guys, because this is the Genesis version, the spaceport is very different in the PC game. It is like, if the visuals kind of matter, definitely take a look at what the PC game looks like relative to the Genesis one, because it's actually, for the nerds among you, Starflight on the PC apparently was programmed in 4th, which I only found out about 4th because of a guy at the local game dev meetups who has been working on his sort of, he's working on, I think, a 286 and sort of making his own. So he's called his 4th Jorth, and has been like building up a game out of that. So I will be penalized for recommending games that are uninhabitable. But yeah, I did not know about the existence of Fourth until this guy was showing off this absolutely nuts stuff that he's been doing. He actually did for this year's Global Game Jam. He did something in Jorth. But what was kind of funny about that was that, you know, I knew I was doing Mass Effect, so I started reading up a little bit more about Starflight, and then I found out about the Fourth connection. I'm like, that is too weird to be true. So I haven't actually had a chance to talk with him yet about this, but I really want to ask him if he's played Starflight and what his opinions are. I also think this gets credit as being one of the earlier games to use procedural generation in making its systems. I've not played this substantially enough to know where the procedural generation comes in, but this is the closing point that I want to make on it, is that when you consider about, so my understanding is that Mass Effect never really quite felt that the resource acquisition quite worked out, right? You went from the Mako to scanning the planets and mining stuff, and again, like, you sort of see the stamp of the Origins, but it eventually gets kind of consolidated down to, you find a planet, you scan for one thing, and you take it out. And the other part about this game, as you saw from that notification, was the finding a new planet, like finding planets to colonize. And I think this comes from the Kotaku article about what happened during the development of Andromeda. But apparently that was like the other shoe that was waiting to drop, and they really wanted to realize. And, you know, the two widely bashed and unfairly bashed, in my opinion, games, although I've not played Andromeda, of that time, No Man's Sky and Andromeda, if they could have just combined their, maybe they would have achieved the balance. But yeah, if you consider the fact that Starflight was an influence, and you see how the resource acquisition works, and then you sort of imagine that just in the background there's this secret hope that one day they're going to be able to capture the feeling of Starflight and finding new planets. And when you know that about Andromeda, you just really kind of wish you could know what the game that in people's head was, because again, it's finally that chance to capture this other major element of this really special game. So yeah, so far as I can tell, it's only the Genesis one that has the graphical facelift, which is of course kind of funny, right? Because I guess Amiga was actually, you know what? Sorry, there is one more thing that I'm going to show off. So I'm going to say goodnight to Starflight for now, but I will show you a favorite introduction. I found this, so I saw this GIF on Imgur. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but nobody said what the wait, do I have this wrong? Here it is. This is what I think of whenever people talk about yeah, okay, Valiant Cheese knows what's coming up. This is what I think of whenever people talk about Amiga graphics. So yeah, apparently, you know, Amiga was supposed to be better in terms of the visuals. So I love this intro. So yeah, starts in a gothic bowling alley. Dark fantasy reimagining of the Big Lebowski is taking a weird turn, but anyways, yeah, so there's Amiga graphics for you. But yeah, so far as I can tell, the It is only the Genesis one that has the that only has the sort of the improved visuals. So anyways, guys, this is a lot of fun. I'm sorry, especially for those of you who came in at the end. I'm like 2 hours over, and I actually really need to get some sleep. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Fruit Melody is doing some art. I don't always get a chance to raid her, so we're going to send it along to her channel. You got to call it a night, but I'm glad I caught you. Thanks for letting me know. No, not at all. Best of luck with the next book. Best of luck with the sale. And I hope you like Starflight. I'm not 100%, like I kind of want to do the Genesis version on Twitch because it looks a little bit nicer. But on the other hand, if people are thinking of buying the game, it might be an idea of me showing what the game actually looks like. But I'll figure that out later. Anyways, I hope you all have a good time in Fruit Melody's channel. And for those of you looking for Mass Effect, that will be Friday, hopefully starting at 7, but Fridays I do tend to be a bit later, so maybe a little bit closer to 8. But I will filibuster for the 6 seconds that Twitch wants me to wait for the raid. Yeah, that's almost certainly going to be good. All right. See you, everyone. Have a good time at Fruit Melody. Please treat her well, and we'll see you in a couple of days.